silent phone.
Yes, I will do that. Before we begin, could I please ask everybody to turn their phones off? Because this session will be recorded and live streamed, and we don't want to hear a variety of ringtones. Thank you. Is we ready? Okay. I'll wait for this. Please take a seat and then we'll begin. Wonderful. I'd now like to formally open this launch session of the Permanent Peoples Tribunal into the Myanmar state's state crimes against the Rohingya, Kachin and other groups. It gives us particular pleasure to welcome you all here today to Queen Mary University of London, specifically the Law School and the International State Crime Initiative. This tribunal has been a long time coming. A tremendous number of people have worked incredibly hard to arrive at this particular point. And all of those people, we extend an enormous debt of thanks. I'm particularly pleased that the International State Crime Initiative here at Queen Mary University of London is able to host today's launch. Today's and tomorrow's, particularly because of the work that we have been doing in relation to the genocide against the Rohingya in Rakhine State, Myanmar. Thomas McManus, Alicia Delacour-Venning and I conducted research in 2014 and we drew the conclusion categorically that a genocide was taking place in Myanmar against the Rohingya. So we have been engaged in a series of public engagement events to try and make the world more aware of the violations that are taking place inside Myanmar. So it is of special significance to us to be hosting it. But we haven't been by any means the sole organisers, and we have an enormous debt of gratitude to a range of people, including Tun Kin, Mongzani and others. So thank you all. We also have special thanks for those who've actually organised the logistics. Louise Wise, thank you very much. Jess McFarlane, who has done a superb job in very difficult circumstances in arranging this room, which I think has been beautifully set up. Fatima, as always, and our law school colleagues in particular, because this is their staff room. This is their common room, this is their post room, and they have very graciously agreed not to enter it for the next 2 days. So we thank them very much too. As I said, this is the opening session of the Permanent Peoples Tribunal into the state crimes of the Myanmar state. There will be a second tribunal, a second convening of this tribunal. We held in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia later in the year, and the details of that second occasion will be announced in the coming months. Today you're going to hear evidence from both the Rohingya and the Kachin, and from a number of experts, in that this is the first tranche of evidence to be presented to our panel of judges, jurors, at the Permanent Peoples Tribunal. So I think what we're going to hear today will be very distressing, disturbing, but absolutely vital that the rest of the world hears it. And one of the reasons that we are holding this tribunal in the spirit of the Russell Tribunal, which first investigated the crimes state crimes committed in Vietnam, We are here because of the failure of international mechanisms of criminal justice and failure of the international community to intervene to stop the atrocities and state criminality that is taking place in Myanmar. So it's very important for us that civil society takes up the baton, and I know that all of you here present are part of that society, and we hope very much that this is a significant step in the direction of changing what is happening inside Myanmar. So that's my introduction, and we want to thank very much Jani Tognani and Simona and our panel, Danielle, Helen and Dennis, who are acting as the panel of judges today from the Permanent Peoples Tribunal. It's tremendous that they have made the effort to come and have taken up the baton on behalf of the Rohingya and the Kachin and other victims of state crime in Myanmar. So I'm going to stop there. I'm going to hand over to Mongzani, who is going to run through the timetable for the day, and then we will begin the session proper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Penny Green, and distinguished panel of jury and concerned activists and citizens, as well as those who are viewing this important tribunal from around the world. Last time when we had the conference on the plight of Rohingyas at Oxford University back in May, the event was viewed over several continents in about 40 different countries. So we're hoping that our message today will reach we, the people of the world, because I am of the belief that power knows. It knows truth far more than anyone in this room. Power spends billions of dollars collecting facts, and they sort out facts that do not support their policies. So there is currently a narrative, a popular one, despite the fact it's been punctured by civil wars, particularly against the Kachins and those in the northeast of the country, and the active, ongoing genocide of nearly 4 decades. And so I'm not here to speak to power, because I know that power knows. But what we are here today is to tell the world's people that the international institutions, including the United Nations, that has been involved in this Burma issue for the last 40 years, since 1978, the United Nations has failed, Security Council has failed, and as Professor Penny Green pointed out, the international global governing justice mechanisms have failed. So we are here to call once again people's attention to the People's Tribunal and its proceedings. And then the second point that I want to make before I go over the program is that the tribunal has been endowed with what I call double independence. Independence from the financial powers, independence of state powers. I'm one of the organizers, and I'm with the organizing and steering committee, and we received money, funding for this event. They come from open, transparent, and credible and honorable sources, activists such as Mark Simpson, Koan, and then Muslim organizations, a coalition of a couple dozen Muslim groups, activist groups working to end the genocide of Rohingya in Burma, named Burma Task Force based in Chicago. We also received money from Women's Cooperative in Italy. And then we have received both cash and in-kind contribution, as well as intellectual contribution from the host institution, International State Crimes Initiative. So this is a multi-racial, multi-ethnic, multi-ideological sources that are contributing. And yet we have complete independence. We are not beholden to anyone who gives us a pennies. And the panel of jury They are not beholden, although we invited them to come and deliberate the evidence that they will be hearing in the next 1.5 days, and in full session in Kuala Lumpur. They maintain complete and utter intellectual and political independence from what we might have to say. So we, as the tribunal, enjoys double independence. We are not tainted by any outside influences. And finally, in the human rights activism, of which I've been a part for the last 3 decades since a young activist, today is special for 2 reasons. One is the word Rohingya is not mentionable. It is extremely risky to say the word Rohingya. Yeah, Rohingya people themselves are afraid to say that they are Rohingya when they meet monks, military officials, or even human rights activists, from the NLD. So it is very significant that the 2 oppressed groups, we use the word groups instead of ethnicity or nationalities, because that's how Geneva Convention on Genocide has defined 4 different groups. So they come together, the 2 major oppressed groups of Burma, oppressed by the common oppressor of the Burmese military and whitewashed by Aung San Suu Kyi and National League for Democracy. They come together today openly and publicly, very unprecedented, to show that the oppressed will reunite. And I think it is to their credit that we have this session. And then finally, the program. We are front-loading the voices of both the Rohingya and the Kachin activists who have been victimized, but they don't suffer victim mentality, but the truth is they have been victimized by the Burmese state, Burmese governments in Burma. Their voices are front-loaded today because in international human rights activism, usually, victims are asked to come and cry in front of cameras, and other people do the policy talks, intellectual analysis, and we are resisting that human rights orientalist paradigm. So it's very significant that the victims speak for themselves. They name the crimes that they believe they are experiencing. This is the radical, turning the notion of victor's justice on its head. We are not about victor's justice. If the victorious, powerful institutions of the world have ignored the voices that we are, they are speaking directly to we the people. And finally, the program. I'm not going to go over details. There are two sessions on the Rohingya victims, because there's a groundswell of evidence about what they have suffered over the last almost 40 years. And then there will be a panel on the Kachin community, and they will explain what they suffer, and they believe that they have been subjected to, by the Burmese military, to international crimes, particularly human rights crimes and war crimes. There's an active war going on in the Kachin state. And tomorrow, we're going to have a press conference. After the prosecution team here, the 3-member prosecution team made up of 2 British academics and 1 Malaysian lead attorney who has worked on the Rohingya issues. After their indictment is formally presented, we will have a press conference. In the press conference, we will release His Holiness Dalai Lama's support statement calling for the end of Rohingya persecution in Burma. And you will also view a 10-minute clip from Professor Amartya Sen, the Nobel laureate economist at Harvard, and one of the towering intellectuals, elaborating why the deprivation of essential life-supporting services for the Rohingya as a matter of national policy amounts to slow genocide. So we have a very intense 1.5 days. And so please, welcome the tribunal's judges as well as the prosecution team. And last but not the least, please show your solidarity with the victimized communities. We are here with them, not for them. We are not speaking for them. We are here in support and in solidarity with them. Thank you very much.
And now we'll hand over to Jani Tognoni, who is going to outline the role of the PPT, the Permanent People's Tribunal Secretariat. Thank you very much, Jani.
Thank you for this opportunity, which is important, obviously also for the PPTs. Many things have been said. My role here is just to remind and make clear what are the procedures of the tribunal with respect to the general objectives and goal and the tradition of the PPT, which has been established more or less 40 years ago. Through two different steps, which, however, are important to remind today. The first step was, in fact, the conclusion of the Russell Tribunal on the dictatorships in Latin America in '76, and the formal request by the Assembly of People who were gathering for this conclusion and who reconvened in Algiers 3 months after the conclusion of the tribunal to approve what has become known as the Universal Declaration of the Right of Peoples, with a non-official declaration of United Nations or some state institution, but it was signed at that time by all representatives of non-aligned nations, by liberation movement, intellectual activists, were interested in having something which could not be simply occasional to judge occasional violations of human and people's rights, but it could be something permanent, an organism which could be available for all those people who could find themselves in a situation similar to the one which faced Vietnam at that time, and later on the states or the peoples in Latin America. The Universal Declaration of People's Rights is, in fact, a document. We have commented and celebrated that last year for the 40th anniversary, which explicitly make clear what are the fundamental inviolable rights of people in a situation where states appear to have alone the voice to decide and to declare who is a legitimate subject of rights. And the goals of the tribunal, which was established in '79 in Bologna with a formal statute, which was meant to make the substantial statute of the PPTs practicable in real life, was in fact, first of all, not so much as it could be expected by a tribunal to judge the crimes. The tribunal, the PPT, is an opinion tribunal, and by definition, we do not have, and the opinion tribunal do not have any authority which could enforce the decision. The first objective is to give visibility and to reaffirm the identity of the people who are, as soon as they are object of repressions, transformed into victims who have to justify their existence and their rights, while in fact, according to the Universal Declaration of the Rights of People, peoples remains the only legitimate subjects of rights. They have to be recognized as such as those who have, first of all, the right of speaking as subjects of right, not simply to defend themselves from the oppression, but to make clear that those who are the oppressor are in fact out of the legitimacy of their representativeness, because as soon as they are violating fundamental rights, they fail to exerce their specific role. So the verdicts of the Permanent People's Tribunal are in fact meant altogether to become part of the struggle of the people for their liberation. A specific tool, which is obviously, according to the statute, an independent point of view on what is the situation between oppressors and so-called victims, and at the same time some contribution starting from the real life and history of people for international law, not to forget the origin of the legitimacy, which is Universal Declaration at the end of human rights, which in fact declare that people are the real subjects and the real goal, or the rights of people, the real goal of their activity. The principles of the tribunal have been tested over 4 decades in almost now 42 cases, which in fact are a kind of accompanying exercise for the recent history. From the first people was the subject of the verdict of the tribunal, the Sahara, the Sahrawi people, still now looking for formal recognition despite the many recognition by UN rapporteur and all the different groups, but which in fact still is an open question for the international community. The fact that the request to the tribunal came from so many different sources, from the post-colonial states to the most recent change of the actors in international scene, which are now also economic actors, where the complicity between private and public power is becoming more and more important, document in fact that the need for a permanent observatory of what goes on is critically important in order to follow also the transformation of the equilibrium of power, the international scene of the right of states also has changed a lot, the reintroduction practically of a war as one way of resolving or not resolving political conflicts is one of the major events over the last years. We know how much that has been influential in the fate of the right of people. The same is true for the emergence of the a priori impunity of all economic powers. As soon as the economic interest of reigning powers appears, those economic powers are declared outside the competence of also international scenes. They are in fact considered to be the very critical point. That is one, not possibly the main object, at least that has been also the experience of the tribunal beside the evaluation of experts in that sense. One of the failure of International Criminal Court, there was an expectation 20 years after the institution of the Permanent People's Tribunal that an International Criminal Court could become at least a starting point for different international justice, but I think that we are witnessing the many reasons and factors of failure in different contexts. However, the Permanent People's Tribunal has continued its role. The legitimacy is every time simply, say, declared or requested by those people who are requesting the intervention, because usually the tribunal is not, by definition, the first instance. The peoples have their own destiny, history, and struggle. But if they request an intervention of the tribunal, That means that, in fact, that it could be considered one way today of affirming the priority of fundamental rights. What are the procedures which the tribunal has established and is following also in this session to make as much as possible the effort to document the legitimacy of the procedures and the correctness of these procedures to guarantee what Daniel was saying now before, the main criteria, which is the independence, which is conjugated with the competence of those who are represented the tribunal. The tribunal is, by definition, according to the statute, representing people, not simply competences of expert or juridical personnel. We include, by definition, the best competences available who are, in fact, judging or evaluating the different aspects of the problem, from historical to cultural to political to. But the main point is just to have people who are representing the interest of the people by being absolutely independent. And I think it is interesting, beside this general statement, to see that after 4 decades, as I said before, of cases which have been many times also very controversial with respect to reigning power, with respect to private of state power, from the multinational to others, the tribunal, we had many confrontation with those who were accused directly and indirectly by confronting the documentation. We have no trace of any documentation nor claim of, say, false evaluation or any judgment of being dependent from other interests. I think that is something which is clearly for us very important, and the fact of being here also in this session must be understood. What is the procedure? The procedure is very simple. The statute make as much as possible easy the access to assure then a very close scrutiny and control of the procedure, to prepare both the sessions, to assure the competence and reliability of experts and witnesses, and to assure also the selection, which is a procedure which is absolutely the task of the tribunal for the selection of those who should be part of the panel of judges. Those judges are those who are more frequently represented a part of a list of a tribunal, but they could be selected by the presidency of the tribunal. We have here one of the vice president of the Permanent People's Tribunal, Ellen Jarvis, is subject to the approval of the presidency of the tribunal on the basis of dossier presented by the General Secretariat. The procedure is not setting deadlines for preparation. Depending on the urgency of the matter, we could accelerate the preparatory phase, and in this case, based on the request which first arrived to us in the official form on the month of November, exactly the 24th of November, undersigned by a group of researchers, academics, and activists in coalition with Global Rohingya Refugees, we activated the procedure of preparation, and we decided very soon that it was not only possible, but possibly necessary to accelerate the process of visibility because of the urgency and the worsening situation in Myanmar, to open more clearly in front of the international public opinion the procedure, as we are doing today, with an opening session, which is not mandatory, the procedure, in order to make clear what is the spectrum of the violation and to make clear what are the accusations which are made to the state of Myanmar and to those who are involved in the repression of the Rohingyas and with a later request of attention which arrived by the Kachin on the behalf of the National Council and National Organization in order to have, as you have seen today, a tribunal which is against the state of Myanmar for the Rohingyas and the Kachins and other so-called groups or minority. The request is usually a guide which then could be enriched during the procedure of the preparation. And today we are in fact preparing, today and tomorrow, on one side, on the other side, and independently, the framework and the specific request on the indictment, and on the other side, to allow the component of the panel of judges who represent here formally the presidents and the tribunal to decide on how to proceed to have a session which will be a judging session where in fact a decision on the responsibility will be taken. A last observation from the point of view of the procedure. The tribunal, by definition, must allow not only the right to defense, but in timely notification of what are the procedure. So we have sent, as soon as the decision of this opening session was taken, to communicate to the government of Myanmar at different levels of authority what was going on in terms of the opening of the procedure. By definition, throughout the procedure, the government or the accused parties have the right, the possibility to appear, to notify their willingness to be present. And beside that, for the judging session, there will be certainly a formal and timely invitation to indicate a defense or to promote a defense in order to give space, as it is the case in all the sessions of the tribunal, to a space for the presentation of the defense of those who are the accused parties. This defense could be prepared by them, the accused party. It happened in various situations, or in their absence, the tribunal provide an ad hoc defense in order to be sure that all points are in fact evaluated. I think that the selection of the three representatives of the tribunal today in order to make the decision for how to proceed has been based on the classical criteria of which guide the selection of the judges of the tribunal. Here we have the opportunity really of having persons who have been involved within and even more outside the tribunal in matters which touches directly the case which is presented today. We have here representative of, on one side, also international tribunal and the scenarios of also countries which are around Rohingya, like Ellen Jarvis. We have here somebody who is representing a long critical tradition in collaboration or not with United Nations, like Dennis Halliday. We have here a person who represents, who has been president also of the International Society for Genocidal Studies, like Daniel Feinstein. All of them are in fact assuring what could be important really point of view for both the rights of the Rohingyas and for the way of qualifying their rights in front of the international community in order to assure, if possible, the respect of their life and the dignity of their claims in order to have a way forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gianni. Could I, before we turn to the evidence which is going to be submitted by our Rohingya and Kachin colleagues, could I ask if there is a member, a representative from the Myanmar government present? we're holding an empty chair in the expectation that probably they won't come, but they have indeed been invited. Thank you. So now we will turn to the presentation of testimony and respective accusations. In fact, the accusations which Jani has spoken of, that received by the PPT. We will now ask Ronnie to present the accusations on the part of the Rohingya. Thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you. Good morning. We, the undersigned group of researcher, academics, and activists in coalition with the global Rohingya refugee, hereby request that the Permanent Peoples Tribunal take up an urgent case on Myanmar Muslim Rohingya ethnic.
Sorry, Ronnie. I don't think people can hear you.
Yeah.
Put on a very loud.
We make this request in response to the well-documented unfolding and escalating genocide in Rakhine State, Myanmar. We ask that the tribunal examine the current crisis in the context of historical evidence of recurring patterns of persecution by the Myanmar state against the Rohingya that have been participated at least 3 waves of mass exodus since 1970s. We make this request on the basis of compiling evidence of ongoing widespread institutional discrimination, state-sponsored hate crime, mass killing, mass sexual violence, wholesale destruction of communities and neighborhood, mass forced displays, apartheid structure of segregation, targeted population control, state denial of the Rohingya identity, forced labor, denial of access to livelihood, healthcare, freedom of movement, and food. Evidence of this genocidal violation with blanket impunity is to be found in extensive and systematic research conducted by a range of academic and human rights organizations. In October-November 2016, evidence of a new reign of terror and wholesale destruction of the community exercised by the Myanmar state against the Rohingya population has emerged. This month, we have received evidence of widespread killing, curfew, rape, and arsenal in northern state Arakan. The worst affected area are the ongoing report paint a picture of a terrified Rohingya community trapped in their home, unable to access food, health, service, or livelihood. Northern Rakhine State is an information black hole, with travel to the region tightly restricted by the Myanmar authorities. In spite of rare UN Security Council meeting to discuss the violence against the Rohingya people, the international community has thus failed to take any meaningful action to intervene and end the genocide. International institutions of global justice such as the ICC and the UN Security Council and ASEAN has failed to act in the face of robust evidence of genocide. The election of the NLD in 2015 was met with much global optimism. However, Aung San Suu Kyi has simply entrusted the persecution of the Rohingya. Indeed, this year she demanded foreign government refrain from the using the term Rohingya. Disturbingly, Aung San Suu Kyi's government has chosen to ignore the criminal nature of the state policy toward the Rohingya. The Myanmar government, in public statement, continues to deny the existence of the Rohingya identity. Meanwhile, the establishment in August 2016 by the Myanmar government of a high-level commission headed by the former UN Security Council Kofi Annan has been welcomed by many as a move in the right direction. Civil society actors are, however, deeply skeptical about the Commission's potential to effect real change to the Rohingya. Crucially, the Commission has been instructed to operate within the framework of the 1982 citizenship law, which effectively exclude the Rohingya from the right of citizenship. Many are concerned that the Commission does not adequately represent the Rohingya community. Indeed, it does not have a single Rohingya on it. The tribunal would provide an arena in which to establish the fact, inform the public, preserve collective memory, and protect against the rewriting of history. It will challenge the silence of state and international institutes and pressure them to fulfill their international human rights obligation. In addition, we see the tribunal as a vehicle through which to inform and strengthen civil society and foster international solidarity to end this persecution. We request that the tribunal move beyond narrow legal paradigm, the application of which is determined by the political calculation of key UN member states. Instead, we urge the tribunal to draw on increasingly recognized criminological framework for apprehending state crime and genocide, being sensitive to the spirit of Ralph Lemkin intention behind the UN Genocide Convention. We would welcome the participation of any other state-persecuted ethnic groups inside Myanmar at any stage of the proceeding. I would repeat, we would welcome the participation of any other state-persecuted ethnic group inside Myanmar at any stage of the proceeding. Holding the People's Tribunal at this time would enable civil society to leverage the renewed media and political attention now focused on the situation of the Rohingya in Rakhine State. Priority focus area for potential impact include intervention in and potential mitigation of an unfolding process of genocide, shifting the debate and public understanding around the persecution of the Rohingya from one of humanitarian crisis developed and intercommunal violence to one of genocide and serious human rights violation, with a key focus on the criminality of the Myanmar state. The initiator of this letter is Arkan Rohingya National Organization, Burmese Rohingya Organization UK, Rohingya Youth Development Forum, Rohingya Youth Initiative Canada, European Rohingya Council, Burma Human Rights Network, Rohingya Community Netherlands, Burmese Rohingya Denmark, Rohingya Organization Norway, Swedish Rohingya Association, Canadian Burmese Rohingya Organization, Rohingya Intellectual Community Australia, Burmese Rohingya Community in Australia, Burmese Rohingya Association Queensland, Rohingya Arkanis Refugee Committee Malaysia, Burmese Rohingya Association in Japan, Rohingya Advocacy Network in Japan, Social Welfare Society for Development, Bangladesh, British Rohingya and Rohingya Blogger. Supporting initiator is International Movement for a Just World, Center for Human Rights and Advocacy, the International State Crime Initiative, Queen Mary University of London, Genocide Watch and Burma Task Force, Protect Rohingya, South Africa Lawyers, Yokchan and Dr. Zarni Kuong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. And I now invite Mr. Ringdu Lachang, President of the Kachin National Organisation, to deliver the accusation of the Kachin against the Myanmar state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm a president of the Kachin National Organization UK branch. Now I would like to mention the accusation letter addressed to the Permanent People's Tribunal on behalf of our Kachin National Organization Secretary, Kampa Saddam, addressed to the Permanent People's Tribunal. The reference said the charge against the Myanmar state for war crime and crime against humanity against Kachin people of northern Burma. Dear Sir and Madam, the Myanmar state and its armed forces are guilty of carrying out war crime and crime against humanity against the Kachin people of the northern Myanmar or Burma. This criminal act includes grave breach of the Geneva Conventions, such as the deliberate targeting of civilians by military forces, rape, and other forms of sexual violence as a weapon of war, extrajudicial execution, arbitrary detention, torture, enslaving, destroying charges, and restriction on the provision of humanitarian assistance to more than 120,000 internally displaced civilians. Such a heinous violation have been systematic and deliberate policy of successive Myanmar governments and amount to war crime and crime against humanity. Therefore, we Kachin National Organization here officially submitted charge against the Myanmar state and its armed force for war crime and crime against humanity. Sincerely, Kambadu, behalf of the Kambadu, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now, we've now heard the accusations on the part of the Rohingya and the Kachin. We will now move to a section which, where we hear from the victims of Myanmar state crimes from the Kachin, in particular in this next session, and we'll hear both victim and expert statements. So can I ask Dr. Mandy Sadan, who's the Associate Dean of Research in the Arts and Humanities in the school, at SOAS, the School of Oriental and African Studies, and author of Being and Becoming Kachin, Histories Beyond the State in the Border Worlds of Burma. Thank you very much, Mandy.
First of all, I'd like to say my sincere thanks and appreciation to the organisers of the tribunal and the members of the tribunal for your hard work in bringing this together. And I also want to convey my thanks for inviting me to participate and being asked to support your deliberations. As was made very clear at the beginning of the session by Dr. Zani, it's not my right to make detailed representations about the experiences of individuals, and my colleagues and friends from the Kachin community here in the UK will be perfectly able to do that more eloquently than I do, and they have the right to do that while I do not. So the kind of representation that I would like to make is really to try to describe the context in which a lot of this violence is situated.
Mandy, could you speak up a bit? This microphone is actually for the webcast.
Okay.
So I think if the panel in particular have trouble hearing what's going on here. So
If my voice drops, just wave at me and I'll speak up
yeah,
again.
so it's a bit of a boom now.
Okay. So I'm a historian, and so my main objective is really to try and explain what is the historical context in which the state feels even capable of justifying this violence. And that kind of understanding filters into a wider Burmese understanding that what is being done on their behalf as well. So there are particular historical conditions that have created this situation. So it's that I shall try to explain to the best of my ability. And I prepared about 15 or 20 minutes to describe this context to you. I also believe it's very significant that this is one of the first occasions in which representatives and members of one of the largest of the groups, the non-Burmese groups from Myanmar, have chosen to ally their struggle with that of the Rohingya people. It seemed to many that while there's been a lot of criticism of the new government and of Daw Aung San Suu Kyi in particular for failing to speak out about the abuses that have been reported and documented among the Rohingya peoples by members of the armed forces and the rising levels of racist violence that have been seen in Western Myanmar, the voices of many of the ethnic armed organisations have also remained relatively silent on this issue. While obviously their voices have been raised in their own cause, few, if any, have made explicit connections between their own experiences and the oppression of the Rohingya people. The prejudice that Rohingya people face in Myanmar is not the exclusive prerogative of Burmese people, the Burmese government, and the Burmese military. Anyone who's been involved in these issues over an extended time will be aware of the difficulties that many groups and leaders from across the national spectrum feel in engaging openly about the repression of the Rohingya people. This is a deep-rooted racial prejudice that is pervasive and destructive. Today, therefore, it's significant, as was noted at the beginning, that representatives and members of one of the main non-Burmese communities are prepared to stand alongside Rohingya people and declare that the oppression that they both experience is shared. This is a vitally important aspect of this tribunal, and it's very important, in my view, that the panel and the tribunal's Tribunal as a whole adheres as much as possible to the principle of extending this frame of reference and of inclusion. It will take not only for the Burmese military and Burmese government to amend their attitudes, but for far broader constituencies within Myanmar to speak out against the violence that is being experienced by all parties. There is a view that trying to link these events and to make connections between the Rohingya and the Kachin experiences is a mistake, and that's been noted to me already. It may bring with it the jeopardy that it confuses distinct problems that need to be approached and understood on their own terms. At worst, such an endeavour might even harm the interests of those involved by creating confusion. These are not trivial concerns, and the jury and organisers of the tribunal obviously need to be alert to this possibility and any unintended outcomes, as I'm sure you are. However, this tribunal is directed towards understanding and assessing the common structure that connects these issues and experiences, the role of the Myanmar state and its armed forces. The ideological drivers that produce violence in one area share a common heritage that may produce or reflect violence in other areas. The strategies and tactics that are rehearsed in one arena may be deployed in other arenas. This, in my view, justifies bringing together a critique of these strategies and tactics to understand how that underlying structure functions. The need then, as noted, is to expand the frame of reference further, rather than to exceptionalise the experiences of the Kachin and the Rohingya as this tribunal proceeds. All those who are oppressed for their racial, ethnic or religious identities in Myanmar, in fact, occupy a common and shared political space, which has been constructed through decades of development of a xenophobic, militarised nationalism. It's clearly not the case that all Burmese people are full of hate for the many and diverse peoples who inhabit the shared borders of the country as a whole. Local areas are often complex in their ethnic and religious composition. The interaction of many communities is historical, long-standing, and deep. The origins of that particular strain of nationalism lie in the perpetuation of the narrative of internal and external threat that emerged out of traumatic experiences wrought upon the older Burmese state by colonialism. That expression of threat, and that there are internal forces determined upon the destruction of the Burmese state from within and from without, and especially that those internal and external forces... And
because I think that another mic will interfere with the webcasting mic.
We can have a copy of your statement.
yeah, I can prepare it for you. Can you hear it at the back or not? Okay. Okay, should I start? Okay, okay. That expression of threat, that there are internal forces determined upon the destruction of the Burmese state from within and from without, and especially that those internal and external forces may join in collaboration together, has been the driving nationalist narrative since independence. It is based upon the belief that opportunities were laid upon the table at the point of independence, the victorious post-colonial moment, and that those opportunities were snatched away by hostile internal and external forces. It might reasonably be argued that what had emerged ideologically in the Myanmar state under military rule was a nationalism, therefore, that was rooted in ideas of threat and vulnerability. The nationalist anti-colonial movement before independence was predicated on the notion that colonial rule had fatally undermined the integrity of Burmese Buddhist society, which it was now the job of Burmese nationalists to restore. Burmese nationalism developed with a clear sense of its own purpose in defining the authentic core of the independent nation. Yet this never led to a clear articulation of how those who were neither Burmese nor Buddhist might fit into this nation on equal terms. The notion, as many of you will know already, of the Panglong spirit as a myth of harmony later went on to replace serious engagement with issues of political and economic discrimination. Indeed, one could argue that there was never any discussion of this equality because it was not, in fact, ever assumed that there should be equality. the nationalist ideology of the new Burmese state, especially as it became entrenched under military rule, was not based upon the notion of social inclusion, but of mainly securing Burmese Buddhist identity at its core against the endless threats, both internal and external, that seemed determined to undermine or possibly even destroy it. When the army came to power, it did so almost entirely on the basis of protecting the Burmese Buddhist nation from further experiences of control by powers that sought to destroy it. However, various groups within the country were also associated with this hostile outside, even though they were inside. These included those whose ancestry was from people deemed not to have been indigenous to the country before the start of British colonial intervention in 1823, even though the borders of the nation, even though the borders of the modern state were very different to that time. Mainly, this marginalised and in many cases victimised those of South Asian and Chinese ancestry, all of which communities had in fact had extensive and deep historical relations with the Burmese kingdoms over many centuries. The experience of large-scale Asian transmigration that accompanied Western imperial expansion across South and Southeast Asia was given a politically charged meaning in relation to the rights of communities to gain citizenship in the independent Myanmar state following the military takeover. Other proxies for foreign intervention and the undermining of the Burmese Buddhist state were those groups in armed opposition to the military regime. In some cases, those groups, where they were Buddhists, as in the case of the Shan or the Mon, were deemed prone geographically to influence from outside because of their borderland location, and frequently their histories of autonomous statehood in their own right made the Burmese state feel vulnerable. In what had been the frontier areas, where there had been some conversion to Christianity during the colonial period, these different religious beliefs, which the military regime distrusted because they were, according to them, a colonial era legacy, came to represent how these communities were labouring under false and misguided notion of their relationship to the modern nation of Burma. The military government argued that Christian minorities had learned a sense of difference from Burma, from disruptive missionary forces, facilitated by colonial experience. The local narratives that rather drove this conversion were entirely lost and still remain largely absent. Foreign missionaries were therefore banned. It did little to stem the tide of conversion, which in most cases took place mainly in the context of civil war in the post-independence era. Again, a fact that seems to have been entirely overlooked in most narratives of these issues. The main way of dealing with the communities who also supported these armed others within was through developing a cultural and an education system that placed Buddhist Burmese culture and language at its centre, no matter the ethnic and religious self-identities of the students. And the ongoing problems within the education system also reflect this longer history. As the Panglong Agreement morphed into the Panglong Spirit, this did not extend in any way to recognition of forms of multiculturalism as a component of the independent state, other than mainly for cultural display. This is the historical space that both the Kachin people and the Rohingya people share. On the one hand, the Kachin people had become associated with the idea that they were the allies of that destructive colonial force that devastated Burma and subverted its history. They were the puppets of colonial masters who had mistaken loyalties, and these narratives are still perpetuated today. This narrative continues to mask any proper discussion of valid political aspirations and the ways in which Kachin communities and others have shared histories too of anti-colonialism and colonial oppression. For the Rohingya people, the space they inhabit is also part of this same narrative of the invading foreigner from South Asia who is part of the colonial vision that destroyed Burma. This is often the way that these forces of oppression validate their actions as a kind of national salvation, even today. But in keeping her silence on these issues, Aung San Suu Kyi seems not to recognise that she herself occupies this same space with the Rohingya and with the Kachin and with others oppressed by fear of the other. The reason why she was denied the presidency is a result of exactly this narrative that demonises the Rohingya and the Kachin. The fear of the foreign and the colonial and the latent forces of disturbance and disruption that are deemed to lie merely waiting for their moment to seize power in Burma again and render it to powerlessness in the face of stronger forces. Her own marriage to a foreigner is part of that same space leading to her exclusion from the presidency. Yet she was able to use her power to navigate this space more effectively in her own interests. For Aung San Suu Kyi, the issue of the problem created by this history was resolved by reclaiming that post-colonial moment. She inserted herself back into the national narrative at the point at which her father was cut from history. She reclaims his authority as a moral lineage of Burmese military heritage. She resumes the flawed Panglong Conference as a means of asserting her own post-colonial moment, but one which, again, as in the first Panglong Conference, was heavily weighted against any real political movement to resolve how modern Burma should become a multicultural, tolerant, and diverse state, rather than one in which a chauvinistic nationalism defines all the agendas. It is a shift that it seems Aung San Suu Kyi was not aware that she would have to make so directly and explicitly when she came to power. In the concluding sentence of my book, published in 2013, if you forgive me as I quote it, it says, "To make the current conflicts the final manifestation of violence will require a mammoth effort of listening and engagement of the kind that the Burmese Centre has yet to experience. It will require Burmese national politicians with the intellectual and ideological capacity and willingness to occupy a space in Burmese political life that no Burmese politician has yet occupied." This was the hope that many communities had when the NLD won their landslide. That, at the very least, she would listen to their concerns. At a basic level, this has produced the situation that we have today, with the tribunal being convened. At a basic level, this tribunal is also an attempt to try and force people to listen. Do you want me to stop? Okay. Okay.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, okay. So the desire is for to get her to listen, basically. And at a fundamental level, this is also what we're trying to do, it's about listening. Then maybe this can lead to the end of violence, but actually the need to listen has yet to actually be instated. The lack of a clearly elucidated plan on the part of the NLD about how to make progress in resolving the country's ethnic and religious conflicts reflects that these issues of conflict are deep-rooted in the politics and history of the country. Burmese politicians of all persuasions seem to be equally bereft of inspiration for how to negotiate a path to a peaceful and inclusive Myanmar state in which the hopes and aspirations of non-Burman and non-Buddhist communities would be protected. That currently redress of this issue is being approached through the symbolism of a highly contentious historical agreement and a Panglong Conference for the 21st century, which itself was originally a secretive and a secretive political event, which ended simply by embedding a Burmano-Buddhist-centric solution in a political and economic system, is not lost on those who are now called upon to take the same leap of faith, this time with General Aung San's daughter. Part of the problem is that Burmese politicians of all persuasions seem so reluctant to elucidate a clear vision of what a modern, multi-ethnic and multi-faith Myanmar might look like, how its education system might be developed to promote inclusion and diversity, how economic and social inequalities might be addressed, and how a proper route to social reconciliation might be travelled. It's time to find new ways of talking about these issues in modern Myanmar that moves beyond the idea of Panglong conferences. Set against this general background, there are the particular histories and experiences of diverse, complex, and multifaceted communities. I've written extensively about how the national myth-making of what the Kachin ethno-nationalist movement is motivated by, typically a narrative that promotes the idea it is greed, political naivety, selfish and narrow political ambitions, and a historical orientation towards sympathy towards colonial oppressors rather than the Burmese state, has framed the analysis even down to the present. This has also influenced many of the international actors who are becoming involved in Burma in recent years, and why they seem to feel it is justified for them not to engage very fully with what's going on in the region. There is presently a feeling of abandon in the Kachin region in relation to the ongoing experience of violence exerted upon local communities. Many thousands of displaced people have, since 2011, been forced to flee to camps along the Kachin-Yunnan border region. And the perception that there is an intensification of the violence that state forces are prepared to use against Kachin civilians, and the utter neglect, even negligent dismissal of the significance of these issues among the international community is prevalent. To a large extent, it seems that the lack of engagement of the international community is because they too have bought into the idea that Aung San Suu Kyi has somehow set history back on course and reclaimed the post-colonial moment. Letting go of that narrative creates huge problems for many of them. The attitude is not only negligent of the serious abuses of state power by military forces that are taking place, it is also historically ignorant. It's historically ignorant because it completely fails to recognise that the Kachin region has on multiple occasions tried to engage positively and constructively with building the new nation. A few years after independence, the Kachin region was praised by the national government and by the national Burmese press for its willingness to become a part of the newly independent state and to play an active and supportive role within it. It was even declared that many problems that were then facing the country, none of them could be laid at the door of the Kachin state. Then again in 1994, when the Slork government signed a ceasefire with the Kachin Independence Organisation, it was heralded as a major coup for peace building and a sign that, yet again, the most northerly region of the country was prepared to put its trust in the national government to find solutions to outstanding difficulties and move towards a peaceful future together. The Kachin people tried to work around the promises and sense of hope for 17 years. As with a number of collaborators in my recent book, which has been submitted to the panel as part of the evidence, the experience of the ceasefire, which saw the extension of the power of the military state in the region, large-scale land grabs and environmental problems, combined with a lack of civic infrastructural development, an emerging sense of social crisis that developed into a model of the deliberate targeting of the Kachin region for special treatment, has fed into this local narrative that it may even be that there is an attempt to undermine Kachin youth to a degree that local forces are even prepared to see the widespread expansion of drug abuse and rapid rise in HIV rates as well. These are the kinds of narratives that are very much embedded locally and which have to be taken seriously as local perceptions of what is going on. Rather than focusing on the fact that the KIO will not sign a ceasefire at present, the more important question is to ask why they are refusing to sign a ceasefire at present. This reveals a great deal about the nature of the political settlements on offer, which are essentially about enforcing compliance to a government agenda rather than a shared set of political objectives. KIO refusal to enter a flawed ceasefire process again does not mean that you can blame the victims. Instead, you should ask, why is that experience so heartfelt that ordinary people in the Kachin region have stood so resolutely behind them in recent years as they have refused to comply? Most importantly, we should look at the response of this resistance by state forces and the escalation of violence that they are prepared to use. This brings us back to the purpose of this tribunal and the connections it seeks to make about violence in different arenas, but linked by common structures. It is vitally important that pressure is put on the current government of Myanmar to bring an end to the violence that is being perpetuated by the Myanmar military upon innocent civilians. We can see in the Rohingya case the extreme ends of violence against civilians. In the Kachin region, we can see in recent years and months a ratcheting up of the levels of state violence that is being carried out with apparent impunity. The direction of travel appears to be going in only one direction, and it is vitally important that the new government is held to account on these matters, because the present trajectory suggests that the situation will otherwise deteriorate further. Beyond this, there is the much longer issue of how Myanmar will build a peaceful future in which different communities have been engaged in long-term conflict, often including intense violence with each other, learn to understand different perspectives, experiences, and to acknowledge the right to acclaim autonomy from homogenizing narratives of the Myanmar nation that fail to recognize alternative histories. The failure to bring to justice the perpetrators of crimes who carry out these crimes while wearing a national uniform is but a small step on what must be a very long road. But it is a critical step that will involve a massive ideological shift at the centre of the country.
Thank you very much, Mandy. I think that was a very powerful contribution to understanding the situation of the Kachin, and I don't think it can be understated how significant this tribunal is in bringing together the Kachin with the Rohingya in terms of accusing the Myanmar state. I think this is a really historic moment, and one we are very grateful for you to contribute toward. We now have an opportunity for the panel to ask for some questions or some clarifications, because I know there's some issues with audibility.
Yes, I have a question
Daniel.
about what kind of social interactions there have been between the different groups in the state of Myanmar, and particularly if there any kind of intermarriages or what kind of interaction, and what is the state policy regarding this possible interaction among different groups?
If I may address mainly the historical aspects of that, because that's where my
Somehow,
expertise really lies. I mean, you have to remember that the historic kingdom of Burma, or Myanmar, was part of a very, very active trans-regional trading route, and there were so many flows of people, ideas, of goods all across the region. So the idea that you end up with very tightly constrained communities who didn't interact, it just doesn't function as a historically accurate account of that landscape. And you can see that still pertains today. You know, when you go to many areas and you start in the Kachin case especially, you know, it's very clear that there is a lot of intermarriage. People have mixed identities, but the state kind of forces you into making declarations, and not only the Myanmar state, other states do this too. They force you into making a declaration through census reports and so forth about you are this or that. And they're building in structures, particularly around things like marriage law, which are intended to delimit and prevent this historical form of interaction from seeing normal and natural.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insights into the role of San Suu Kyi. That's new to me. I didn't realize the complexity there and the complexity of becoming president or not becoming president. But my question is, would you like to sort of give us an insight into how you feel this role of Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, in the commission of the government, was that the correct term? What's that going to do? What's that mean for us in this tribunal?
Could I leave that to others to address that issue? Because I feel that really goes into areas where others have more expertise than I am. And I'm very conscious that what I say has to be very grounded in my own knowledge.
Okay.
Anything else from the panel? Okay, well, thank you very much, Mandy.
Thank you.
That was excellent. We now move to statement from the Kachin. Mr. Ring Du Lachang is going to initiate this section, and then we are going to have some video clips from the Reverend Dr. Sampson, who is Kachin, representative of the Kachin Baptist Federation. So, but we'll start with Mr. Ringdu Lechang. Thank you very much.
First of all, thank you very much, dear honorable panel, jury, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ringdu Lechong, president of the Kachin National Organization, UK branch. Hereby declare that I bear witness statement to the war crime and crime against humanity committed by the Burma Army to Kachin people. Due to the documentary evidence regarding with the issue of the rape as a weapon of war, despite the Myanmar government signing of the declaration of the commitment to end several violent in conflict in 2014, the army continues to deploy rape as a weapon of war. And Barnes Cook of the Queensbury Humanitarian Aid Relief Trust visit to the Kachin state on February 13 to 25, 2013, describing that rape is committed as a systematic and calculated war tactic rather than the random acts of violence. According to the documentary evidence, the Sumlut Raja, 28-year-old Kachin ethnic woman, who was abducted by the Burma Army from the Light Infantry 321 along with her husband and father-in-law near the farm in the Kaibang village, Mumok Township, Kachin State in 2011. Her husband and her father-in-law escaped while she was brought to army camp. Later, Sumlut Raja family submitted a letter asking authority about her fate. Both the military, civilian authority refused to apply any answer. That is one of the documentary evidence. And another, in January 2015, two volunteers, Moran Luja and Tang Bao Kong Nansin, from the Kachin Convention, were gang raped and murdered within the camp KVC church compound, inside the church compound, in Kutkai village, Kongka village, in Muse Township, in northern Shan State. 50 Tamador soldiers arrived in the village that day before the attack. They were stationed just over 100 meters from that KBC compound. According to the eyewitness account and the investigation by the KBC and subsequent report published in January 2016, present compelling circumstance and the eyewitness events alleging that the Tamador soldiers are responsible for the killing. For its part, the Tamador issue of public statement warning it would be action against anyone who make false accusation against the military. And the issue of the unlawful arrest and arbitrary intention. In Burma, they are in our Kachin state, there are most of the Burmese government army are now licensed to arrest and licensed to shoot. The Quad Kachin Women Association Thailand has well-documented ongoing widespread abuse by the Burmese army again civilians in the conflict area. There has been frequent arbitrary arrests, torture of the male villagers on suspicion of contact with the KIO. In the 21 torture case documented involving at least 9 different battalions, villagers were tied up, blindfolded, kicked, hit with the guns, had bamboo roll on their shin, and well stabbed with the knife. That is all thing of the events are well documented. 6 men were and 2 women have been also killed on the spot. In this several incidents, large group of villagers, both men and women, have been arbitrarily arrested and detained on suspicious contact with the KIA. Most recent on October 11, 2016, 45 villagers from Potao in northern Kachin state were arrested at Burmese Army checkpoint where returning from the agriculture training organized by the church leader in KIO area. The group, including 6 women, several elder men, have been charged with the unlawful association, are being detained in Myanmar prison. And many authorities indiscriminately target Kachin individuals so suspicious based on little or no evidence that such a person must necessarily be in the sympathy with the Kachin Independent Army. The working group on arbitrary detention rendered the deprivation of liberty of Mr. Lafaikam is arbitrary, being contradict Article 13, 18, 19, and 21 of Universal Declaration of the Human Rights. It falls within Category 2 on the arbitrary detention categories referred to by the working group when consideration case submitted to it. Recent press release from the Human Rights Watch 25 January 2015 informed us that on January 24, 2007, presidential spokesman Zoteto, Democratic Voice of Burma, and Langjo Gamsen and Tumdo Nolo had been charged under the Unlawful Association Act, were being held in the Muse police station in northern Shan State. The government has long used the Unlawful Association Act to restrict freedom of association and detain peaceful activists. Human Rights Watch says the law carries a sentence of up to 5 in prison. On 24 December 2016, Tumdo Nolot, 65 years old, a pastor and community leader, and his nephew, Lapai Jo Kamseng, 35-year-old, were arrested by the Myanmar soldier for their role in organized visits by journalists in late November 2016 to the Mongol town. The rest of the 2 Kachin Baptist leaders appear to be restrictions for their help in exposing war abuse, says the Matthew Smith, Chief Executive Officer of the 45 Right. The military come clean about their detention only after local and international outcry, but they are still at grip race. And on January 20, Yang Lee, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in Burma, raised concern about the danger facing individuals who speak on right issue. She said that message from the government was clear. Do not express yourself. Do not speak your mind if your opinion or position do not fit or support the narrative agenda of those who have no qualm in how your life live or die. Regarding with the deliberate target and killing of the civilian on Monday, 14 January, firing 105 and 155 millimeter artillery shell 3 times. The Burmese army directly bombarded the town of the Liza. Rocket shell. Liza is a home 6,000 civilian and additional 14,000 internal displaced people are sheltering in camp in the around the Liza, in which 3 civilians, including 70-year-old Christian pastor, 15-year-old boy, were killed and 4 others injured. This attack followed 3 weeks of the area bombardment by the Burmese army using jet fighter, helicopter, gunship. And the evidence we had from the Kachin people was among the worst we have ever had. A very high proportion of the people were interviewed had family members killed by Burma army. These are unarmed civilians in their paddy field or home who were not engaged in armed combat in any form. The account of torture and other abuse are caused by every grave concern and humanitarian challenge facing the international displacement people require urgent and succinct response from the international community. It's mentioned Ben Roger, CSW, East Asia team leader, who went to Kachin IDP camp, interviewed by a number of victims, 12 February 2012. Regarding with the religion cleansing, early on the conflict in 2012, some the soldiers shoot into the church while people were taking shelter there, injuring civilians, including Dagon Lum Kong. After shooting the Dagon, soldier dragged him outside. He has since disappeared. The Myanmar National Human Rights Committee investigated the case, but have yet to provide Lum Kong family explain for the disappearance. Reference is a briefing report of the interview by the Ben Roger, CSW, in January 2007. According to the United States Commission on the International Religion Freedom Report, titled Hidden Plan, throughout the course of Kachin conflict, churches have been damaged during heavy fighting. The KBC has denounced serious damage to the 60 of church, some beyond repair. In some villages where heavily artillery were deployed, like Namsangyam village in a Waimau township, churches of different denominations have been completely destroyed and all of the villagers forced to flee. In 2014, at the popular site of the Machangbo, known as the Rock Dragon, the regard as a scare in the folklore of the spirit worship Kachin, a lot any commander commission construction work to attack a painted dragon head to the natural rock formation and build a pagoda at the top of the site. Again, the wish of the local people. A similar incident took place the following year. A pagoda was constructed at the Natjo and island in the Malika River, famous in Kachin culture heritage as the gathering people ancestral spirit. Regarding with the blocking humanitarian assistance in our Kachin people, the KNO has also learned that vital humanitarian aid being delivered to the Mangwinji IDP camp, including food and medicine, was confiscated by the troop of the Burmese army under 33rd Light Infantry Division, 9 September 2016. The aid was supplied by the World Food Program and UN. The restriction of humanitarian is a violation of the international humanitarian law. Burma Army is applying for the four-cut strategy to make civilian vulnerable and restricting movement of the civilian, more military checkpoint, and blocking humanitarian access, especially under the KIO control area. This has been no UN food convoy since last September 2014 in Kachin, KIO control area, extremely concerned over the lack of funding and commitment to resolving this problem from the international community. There is a further funding cut from the June 2015, according to the Humanitarian Response Plan of United Nations Office for the Coordination of the Humanitarian Affairs. This result is a family of Kachin IDP having to live on less than 20 cents, 200 kyat per day. A family of 3 or 4 cannot survive on this amount. Furthermore, some IDP sites such as Prayer Camp, which is a home to over 1,000 IDPs, have never received humanitarian aid and are in desperate situation. In conclusion, may I ask to you to judge the following: charge against the perpetrator Burmese army, because our Kachin people, they are, what happened in the situation is that all the Burmese army come to in our Kachin village, Kachin area, and they deliberately, they do what they want to do to the, they don't care for the all the situation. So what happened is that now our Kachin people are vulnerable and just only, where is the rule and where is the justice? Where is the equal right in our? Now most of our Kachin people are, they are not people to rely, to asking help for their need, for their fear, for their cares. So only they are praying to God. That's why we need a justice. We need to fair. We need to, the point of the what happened in reality. We need to. That's why now we are Kachin National Organization, a voice for the voice of people inside people. What we really need to is we need to what this kind of helpless people of our Kachin people, for unjustice area, we have to give justice and we have to do some way of to find out to the International Criminal Court. That's why now I'm really I want to request for the this PPT for that such a kind of series of violent conflict that we Kachin need to charge and accuse that the in Burmese government crime, war crime, and crime against humanity. Thank you very much.
And now I understand we have Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Could you just wait for a moment before we have the video presentation? We have some clarifications.
Thank you very much, first of all, for your statement. And I don't need to remind you, but genocide must include crimes committed with intent to destroy. Intent, that's a very important word. And when you see the chaos that you've described to us, and the brutality of the army, and the various crimes they've committed, arrest, detention, rape, all the horror stories you've just given us, are you absolutely convinced that these men, or this military force, is following the instructions of the state of Myanmar? These are not just indisciplined troops. This is not just chaos. This is not just some military vendetta against the Kachin for some reasons that you may have covered, but we're not specific. Is it really a state-orchestrated genocide of the people of the Kachin area?
Yeah, according to the situation in our Kachin at the moment, says what happened in the ground reality in the ground is when the Burmese government come, they are killing, they shooting deliberately. That's why what we Kachin understand is that they got already license to kill, license to shoot, license to destroy, license to rape. That's why what we Kachin people understand is that they got a license to do what kind of license to do is that by a condition of their manner, that is one of the up to down there some of the organized or order may be coming from the up. We understand like that. All this kind of we have already well documented documentary evidence in mostly all the we can see in the website, web page, and also we can see a lot of international NGO government, and we have already evidence that already.
So you have no doubt whatsoever.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing these evidence and documents about specific actions. I'd like to ask about whether you think there has been any impact from some of the reports that you mentioned, for instance, the Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and other inquiries that have been made. Have you seen any response from the government in reaction to receiving such reports?
Yeah, at the moment, what happens is we haven't got a lot of evidence, but we that kind of evidence we Kachin also to try to accuse, try to put in the justice. But even though if we meet the justice, the Burmese government and accuse back again. That is a false accusation like that, So in the judicial court in the Burmese, or for example in the Kachin state, we have a vulnerable. We are victim of the all the government rule and regulation what they want to do. It's not justice. This is an unfair system, and we are feeling like a victim. So we have nothing respond from the government for the judge way. Only we respond is accuse back again, like that kind of. So we can see nothing at the moment. We have nothing power, and all the rule and regulation, what they want to do is on their government hand. So we are just still. Even though we can't revenge, we can't do nothing, just staying patient and waiting for the justice. That's it.
I have another question, which is relating to the trajectory or the. Do you see the occurrence and frequency of violent attacks as rising? And is there a pattern of rising and falling, or over what period of time are we talking about?
Since 1961, we Kachin National Organization, because of the state revolution since 1961 until today, all the violence, all the conflict is there, day by day is rising there. no more the falling, no way, no kind of sign to falling back and like that. So that's why, now what happened is that now more, when the Aung San Suu Kyi coming, we are some kind of hope. But even though after Aung San Suu Kyi elected the government, now the fighting and never happened like that kind of bombardment, like they're with the airstrike and 105 mm like artillery shield, like this kind of nothing happened in Kachin. This period stand is that is a maximum rate if compared with 1960.
Is that it for the panel? Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And now we have a video presentation. And who's?
So I have the.
You've got it there.
Yeah.
Could we have? Do we want the lights dimmed a little? Is Fatima at the back? No, she's not. Could somebody at the back just dim the lights a little bit, please? They're just there on the wall. Yes, thank you. Is that reasonable for everybody? We probably don't need it that dark. I don't know. It depends on the webcasting. How comfortable are you with? So perhaps we could have one more light, that side light on. And so in this video, we're going to hear from the Reverend Dr. Sampson, who is the president of the Kachin Baptist Convention, speaking about violations.
So new IDPs. Okay.
Oh, he comes second. So, okay.
Can I just interrupt before you?
Yes?
That video IDP, the new IDP camps, has been just recently, latest one that we documented. Is that okay to interrupt a little bit, just to explain the nature of
The video.
Yeah. This clip itself is taken by one of the IDP boys.
Right.
The run for the IDP has been within this 5 years.
Sorry, can you come and speak from here? Then, the people watching the live cast can hear you as well. Yeah?
Thank
And
you.
please introduce yourself so that the web.
My name is Kachin, and I'm from the Kachin National Organization. Just explain the nature of the clip that we are about to show, the new IDPs. It's in Northern Shan State. Oh no, sorry. It's the first one is going to be close to the Liza area. The recent attack was severely attack that has caused. Originally, the IDPs has been flee from their home 5 years ago, twice already, and this is the third time they were on the run. And how the run has been impacted to this IDPs people is about it's explained in the English as well, but just to give you a glimpse of the history. And the other one that spoke by our Secretary General of the Kachin Baptist Conventions, Dr. Sampson. He went to the recent IDP camps, which take place in the northern part of Shan State. That is also very significant. The background that he showed in the coming clips, that will be how the Burmese government and the military took control of the area, how they perpetrate this seize this ordinary civilians, particularly when they attack, not only they attacked the village, but also they took the civilians as a kind of shield, and then they put in their own backyard of farm, paddy field, and then they restrict them that they, even though they can see their house from their farm area, but they could not go there, and they were just strictly has to be stay on the farm. Not only that, they are, all these Kachin IDPs have national identity cards, but also now that they were saying that they need to have to carry the new identity card, which was produced by the military, and that is significantly saying that who you are, where you're from, you cannot go past through this and that area, restrictedly traveling to surround even the surrounded area. Without that pass, you cannot go anywhere. This, we were told that this process has been studying on this particular IDP camps, and then they were planning to do any other part of the country. Any IDP camp has to be followed. So just to be seeing, you know, that what you're going to see. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kaipan.
Shmingnan Tepon, who you come to Namuga, Muna Shongan Scamero. So I know one the Nina Antia, Bimasani Pay usually. Jamjo, I talk go Jamjo, Yakai talk go Yakai Matange to Donga Sepe, Muduai, Nation Nanaman, Mungu, Paikong, Sayong, Pinyan Bangmakade, Matero, Kimong Mumuduni, Sadu Guan Identa, Nin Yopani Lolo Pe, Kum, Da Pe, Sundan Yukure, Machandine, Dizimako Kona, Dine Denta, Yong Krab from a Yemadwai. Young my was saying at the moment, the Niante Lanigo, Great May, Washikure, Tamjo, Shinikangwa, Shinade or more, and the Wayubrena, Senegalonga Mai, Kaunabo Yante Gunuba Punto, Tumdo, Nongate, and they shall come Semion Pet Yumatwana, they need to see a Kumari Pet and Shimijo. Young Kau Nikapalet, and Nipui, Una William Madame Tungai. Kana ane Pai Gong Marie, Makoko Yugona Marie Madi, Ane Marie Pego, Shamot Peguru Marie, Nana, Deni, Yendasuya Nabo, Mua Shunesa, Kota Peguai, Nefuno Marie Madi, Godamsa, King of Jango, Deni, Day, Kona Bago, Rai Munga Sunda Denta, Kona Bago, Sumisa Kapnanga, Dona, Wamudamjo, Granit Kure, Nenipe. Mua ni mu kote, ni mu kote le plan bo jam jo ma ma re. Tana ne sai ong ga de bai du shui go. Chen yen go na chen phong bai yen ra ma de phong ra ma de ma da bo du ai. Pham yo ne sam de da ma yang. Chali ya ngai ke ma ko khan bo mi wa kha de lam phe an de mu du ai. Tana mu ni de sa ka bai lam phe chen ne mu ma ai. De lo go ne pu no ni goคิดกับพระได้เย็นมาแต่ลำแพอันยังมูด้วยยังงมีว่ามันสินะเด็ดตัวสลัมเจด้วยงมีว่ามัวมุงจริตตบักขับมก็ว่าฉันเดนี่เดียน่ามาเลยมัวสุยาคุณาขับล้านางติมงมัวสุยาขับล้าลำก็อันนี้ในเชลนได้ไม่ชานิซอนผู้ช่างเรียกไปคุณาฉันเดนี่ละคนมาไปอันที่นี่คลิปหน้าคุยแต่เมื่อเดี๋ยวนี้จริตเองเพียงนี้ก็ลำมาอันนี้ไม่ใช่ตัวบินมาช่วยมัวนาเช่นยันก็ตาเดงานามุสังในมกาเดงายามุมยันนี้กับนาสนักกบานีจูบลานีเป็นสังราเรมจังก็แต่เนี้ยเทงากายโลแต่ประเด็นนี้เทเชื่อสกุลเดงาบุญบ่มิวชานีในส่วนใหญ่อันเดียจำจอก็นาลดดังตูกระหวันเด็กโลรายมุเพจอมพาจิโจวงบันรานาเจมุเลไซเขาหน้าว่าแต่เนี้ยเดสมรสุยาเพมุงอันเดพาจิโจนามดูอาจารย์มงและก็ใส่บนบอกนิ้วชานิเพะเวลาคูโบอันดามสิมสาเพะมงพิจารณานิ้วชานิเพะวัวอันหนึ่งบนด้านนี้รอบงบันนะรอบมิตรคุมนะรอบ policy จุดขันนะกลัวนะอาจารย์มุตุงาใส่งูเพะมูดูคุเรอันเทนียกรรมการอันเทนียชงลังแต่นี้ชราชกูเดงายอันเทยอมมิตรคุมนะสาวารานะอาจารย์มุเรงาเสโลแต่เดี๋ยวยองแค่ตัวในคุณนาชนามอยู่บ่ในเมืองบุ้งดีบ่อันเชเพียงยังไงช่องน้ำเดงไงอันเชสุริยิงคริมียพูนเอาเนี้ยลำสันเร่อันนี้ยองก็ลำเร่ไม่จบยองเนี่ยพุ่งมังลุ่มเล็กอันเชเดนี้ในเมืองบุ้งดีเพ่ตากินบุญนาเด็กระดับโลสาวกาบางเลยก็ลีก็โรจนงาอันเชดีไรก็ไอมีคุ้มยังเสบันดงดูได้แต่ไม่จบยองคำมีคุ้มเล็กแต่นี่นะอันนี้เป็นงานมันเป็นภาษาไทยอันเดียเกรสังคมคิวชิเลสังคมก็ภาษีโจก็ลำดุนลากะมุทิโชก็อุณาเดชนี่ส่วนกุญจอโลที่จุกภาษา
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for that powerful collation of testimony. Would the panel like to ask questions of those who gave the video? Kaitan, will you be prepared to answer questions in relation to the videos? Thank you. Yes, that's probably the best.
Thank you. I had two questions coming from those videos. Very, very important. I think we can even probably watch them again to look in more detail. Two questions I have is one remark was mentioning 130,000 IDPs from a population of 1 million. Which is very high, of course, more than 10%. Is this still the current figure that you are working on? And my second question regards the issue of crossing the border and the status of refugees within China that was referred to.
Yes, I can confirm that it was almost 130,000 of the refugees. This is in both sides, government under the government control area, as well as the Kachin Independent Army, Kachin Independent Organization, which lay the border of China, Sino-Burma border. So that's if they include, and then the latest IDPs in the second video clip is, or if you all combine, then that will be just about 130,000 IDPs. It's a recent number. And the second question, about the China border. Yes, and because we live in the border of Sino-Burma border, the China, and we are closely related. But then, because of the border mark, if you go to China as traveling, then it's not a problem. You can go pass through as a visitor in so many ways. But as a refugee or as an internal displaced person, you cannot go across the border of China. China will not accept them as an internal displaced person. So for any reason, however hard or however things happen in the other sides of Burma, then they will not take them as an internal displaced person on their land. So that was quite clear. Would that be clear?
So that movement across the border without a passport is quite easy?
They do have a understanding. If you say that the Kachin, because the nature, I think Mandy was explaining about the natures of the Kachin live in China as well. So there are some relatives there. But as a citizen, then you cannot go there as an internal displaced person. But if you go to as a relative or business, then yes, you can pass through the gate.
And one more question from me. If we could see that map again, could you indicate the area of control by KIO, KIA, and versus government within the Kachin state? Is that?
Come on, point to it.
Okay. It's about this area that will be controlled by the KIO, so that's the border to China and this Burma. And some of the Kachins live in part of the India as well. So the Kachin lives in, of course, the Shan state, northern part of Shan state and this area.
Thank you.
Can I show one thing? The KIO control is a little bit complicated in Burma. Because, for example, this part is all the KIA control area. And this part is a KIA control area. And this part is a control area. And some part is here is some in the central area is mostly Burmese government control area. And then the otherwise in the all our battalion is first brigade we are sent now already 8 brigades. So some are complex after KIO control area and the Burmese control area like that we are like some places are like a sandwich like that we are KIO control is everywhere is just we call it some KIO control area.
More in the mountain?
So more big area, allow the remote area like that.
Thank you. Thank you. Dennis?
Yes, I'm interested in if you could share with us your view or opinion on the role of foreign entities in the plight of the Kachin. Now, you've mentioned China. Now, under international law, China should be prepared to accept your IDPs and make them into, in fact, refugees, if that's what these people so wish, to cross the river. They're not doing that. Would you have an idea why they are not willing to consider refugees?
I'm not quite sure whether they were signed with the United Nations about accepting the refugees or internet displaced person in their land, but surely they were not taking us. One thing that our understanding of that nature is that every time they have a airstrike attack or any kind of attack they were about to make, they have a consultation between Burmese military and the Chinese military, because the border is quite close. And incidentally, there has been quite a number of occasions happen as well, but the airstrikes, bombs, and everything were landed in the China land. That kind of situation, to be able to prevent that kind of international interference, then they have always have that kind of understanding between the Chinese government and the Burmese military, as we understand. So perhaps that's another reason that China is not taking internet displaced person into their land.
Okay. Thank you. The reference to airstrikes, that implies a vast amount of money invested in military aircraft, training of pilots, the use of weapons, which are all very expensive. Now, I understand there are a number of states outside Myanmar who are providing equipment and training and what have you. Can you give all of us a little insight what that might contain?
As we understand, the Burmese government, before that it was a military-backed government, that time they have a very good relationship with Russia. So most of the aircraft and this military use weapons were provided by Russia, as well as China. It has been a long neighbor, and as well as long supports in any way. That's two main individual nation has been provided for Burma. Has been a long time, but recently, just before this civilian government take over, even in the President Thein Sein time, then United Kingdom and the American United States has been stepped into this military-to-military relationship with Burmese military. So they've been training. There has been a series of training has been going on. We've been opposing to that relationship, but then it's still ongoing process. So they've been training. They said it was for the administration, the use for the administration within the army, but it is also affected in any way that has been continue, and also lately we have news that Israel has been provided. They were buying weapons from Israel and even from the Pakistani government. So that's what we understand.
So then, would you suggest that the reason the United Nations, the Security Council, which is dominated by the United States, Britain, China, France, and Russia, the fact they've turned their back on Myanmar and the plight of various parts of the country and the confusion and the killing, and that's what's going on. And the UN has clearly failed. Not a surprise to those of us who've been around over the years. But is this failure, does it stem from the member states of the Security Council, I've just listed the 5, who also seem to have a vested interest in Myanmar? Now, are they there to consider democracy? I don't think so. Are they there for... Is there some resources? Are there resources that they're after? Is it oil? Is it uranium? Can you like to give us some, what makes these countries so interested in the state of Myanmar today?
It could be quite complicated, I suppose. Mainly, perhaps they say that they wanted to see Burma as a democratic nation, looking forward to work with Burma. As you just mentioned, that Burma is quite a resourceful nation, particularly Kachin state and Shan state, and the Rakhine state, of course. So this many scholars has been saying that the nature of the natural resources and the conflict are always related to one another. But then again, then of course there must be business interests for sure. That's one thing. China in particular, but lately after this civilian government, under this government, then more of the business people were interested in Burma, and they wanted to invest, and they wanted to have a clean card, and that would be mostly related, I suspect. On the other hand, we are very much suspect that the fact not only, I think it's very much on the State Councillor, Daw Aung San Suu Kyi. She was clearly mentioned, the request that has been granted by, for example, UK and USA military-to-military engagement, that kind of thing. So and also you mentioned about the United Nations. We were in some point, then there was the United Nations was about to take the Burmese army as a peacekeeper in their United Nations troops, and that kind of thing was like rumor was going on. It was not been confirmed, but that kind of things, when you think about that, I think all the nations are not very interested in what really going on within the country, rather than their interest is much more politically, business, economically more interested on Burma, I see.
One generation. Thank you. One very quick question. When Mr. Lachung spoke, I thought I heard him say CIA, but was it actually KIA?
Yes, this is the Kachin Independence Army in short.
So the CIA is not involved.
No.
Little good news. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the panel. Thank you very much. And at this point, we have a tea break. We're virtually on time, which is very good. It's a 15-minute tea break. The tea break is outside, and I think there are biscuits, tea and coffee. So we'll reconvene in here at past. Thank you.
One here.
And this is for the session later on. Okay. Thank you very much for coming back after the break. We now have another session before lunchtime. This session we're looking at Rohingya victim statements. We have 3 speakers, I believe, and there will be an opportunity for both the panel and the audience to ask questions of the speakers during this session. We will also be watching some video during this session as well. And I just want to check, Tunkin, are you going first? So I'd just like to ask Tunkin to address the audience. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much to organizers and juries, contributing here for this this discussion today. I would like to express many thanks for all of my friends joining in this event. Actually, I'm a Rohingya. I was born and brought up in Arkan State, western part of Burma, Budidong Township. My grandfather was a parliamentary secretary and contributed to build this multi-ethnic country. And 2 generations on, I am not a citizen of Burma because of 1982 citizenship law. When I was in Burma, I have seen many of my friends, when they married secretly, they were sentenced to jail. I have seen with my own eyes my friends who couldn't go to the university, including myself, because we were not recognized as a citizen of Burma. It's a government intention systematically to destroy Rohingya minority group and to get rid of them from the country. So I would like to go for now, as other people may give some more evidence about how they face persecution in Burma. I will go my recent visit to Bangladesh. Refugees were approximately, according to UN, 75,000 Rohingya refugees fled since 9 October because of mass killings, mass rape, and burnt alive. All Rohingya men, children were thrown to the fire, and 160,000 Rohingya were starving to death on that time when the government blocked humanitarian aid in Arkan state. So I would like to carry on for now, starting the videos where I met Rohingyas who were fled after 9 October in refugees camp in Bangladesh, Kutupalong and Balukhali. Those are unregistered camps and just new arrival after 9 October. You can see their human misery, how they face persecution, and it's okay, start. Her name is Arafa. She is from Kiari Farang. She fled because of her husband was stabbed to death by military and house was burned down. Her husband was stabbed to death in Piari Farang. He was taken to the side of the road. At first, he was shot, her husband, and his head was shaking like this. Immediately brought water for him, and two military soldiers grabbed her and ordered her to open the chest to offer all the valuables she had. The military took her inside her home and then they left. She had a small child. That boy was confronted with his father when his father was killed. The boy was killed too. Her home was burned down, her husband was killed, and her parents passed away. If a person dies, he cannot bury it properly. There was a young girl in a home. Due to fear of death, the child stayed with women and all people came to Naribil. In Narbi, on the side of the river, they thought the military will not kill the little child. They were treated like that. Big houses were burned down. The same thing happened to the mosques and madrasas. We came here 2 months ago. Before 2 months now, many of my relatives are still in Myanmar. They were beaten, told to hold the cars. We told them to come here. If you die, we all die too. And we can pass another one. Yeah, that one. Is it the same one, maybe? Yeah. Her name is Hasina Begum. She is 30 years old and she is from Burashiddafarar. She fled, her houses were burned down and demolished. And she was raped by military. How did you know it was military and they were uniform wear and patrol every houses every day? They wear green clothes. That's why I know 3 military soldiers stood beside me and one kept standing and the other 2. military did rape her at her home. There were about 8 to 9 women. They raped one by one. My husband went to madrasa for prayer times, and during sunrise, the military beat him and hurt him in the neck. And they raped one by one, and her husband was killed. And can I go another one? Her name is Hasina Begum, 26-year old. She's from Maunda Wabek village. There was a military in the morning, everyone surprised, and all people were dumbfounded since the day. And the next day they went to Hantifara there, and after 6 to 7 days, again the military came and they demolished. We can jump on another one. Her name is Montaz Begum. She is 40 years old. She is Zamunya village from Maunda. She was in Bangladesh before 2 months ago. In her village, the military came and shot to the men, and many men were killed, and some were taken by the military. And I asked what happened to her family. And she said her children's father was killed first in the morning. Military entered to her village. In front of her eyes, her husband was killed. The military wearing the uniform I have seen with my own eyes. And the child was shot. You can see the he was treated in Bangladesh. Still the heel is not well. And in her family, their husband was killed, son was shot with the guns. That is the situation. She said, we were severely persecuted. We came here along the bank of the river without drinking and eating. And I asked what happened to other villagers. They say 7 to 10 years old, even they were raped in front of her eyes by military. When I asked how many victims, she said 20 to 80. There is no home was left. In Zambonia village, all houses were burned down to the grace. We can pass another one. She's 30 years old. She's from Mounda. The military confiscated her home, her properties. Many of her relatives were killed, some were shot to death. The military entered to their homes and 10 to 20 women were there. The military took 7 women and raped. 2 military soldiers raped them. She was in Bangladesh 3 months for now, on that time when I met her. And we can pass another one. We can go, yeah, this. No, yeah. This is in a camp which is Kutupalong in Bangladesh, near Teknaf, Cox's Bazar area, district. This man said she is from Hatifara village and they have, his brother was taken away and he was not seen anymore. The military killed the people from every corner in Karifarang village. They walk over, kick people and kill them. And I asked them who saw them. They say, in the village, the military. I saw them. I saw the military surrounded our home in the village. What people are trying to escape. The military immediately fired with their guns and killed 8 people. Some people were able to flee and reach on the other side. After crossing the side, the people they were lived there and I asked how many women were raped. And women were raped in Longdong village and Hatifara village. They raped many women in Longdong village and Hati village. And he saw with his own eyes elderly man's head was smashed. When the military was taking the girl, she grabbed her father and the military hit him in his head. Okay, we go another one. These are the people who fled, and they just sitting down there, and I was able to get their testimony, how they. And I asked one man, his name is Isuf, he's from Hati village. And he's 80 years old. He said, my elderly brother was killed and many elderly men were burnt alive. The military put a fence in our home. I was inside. And young man was flight. And I ran suddenly, a bullet passed by my ear, and I escaped. One of my friends did not run. He said, they will shoot elderly men. He said, he stayed there later and buried him. He was killed, his friend. Another preacher, he is from Zamboina village. His name is Ahmad. He's 37 years old. He came there before 3 months ago after October. My house was burnt, and my father and my elderly brother was inside. They were burnt alive. That's what he said. And another man, Abdul Jabbar, his age was 58 years old. And I asked, what happened to your family members? He said, in my family, my father, my elderly brother, my paternal cousin, and my nephew were killed. What happened to those 4 people? I asked them. I asked that man. And they were burned alive inside their home. And I asked, when did this happen? Happened 12 November 2016 on Saturday. And I asked neighbor nearby there what happened. What the military do? They say 5 people were burned alive in the same morning, 4 from family, 1 from other family. And what is the name of your paternal cousin? I asked Sultan Ahmad. And he was 60 years old. Other one is Arfan, and he was 55 years old. And I asked them with that group, how many people you all think are in these attacks? They say at least 1,000 people been killed by Burmese military forces since 9 October. In Zamboina village, 156 houses were set on fire, 11 women were raped. That's what they said. In Zamboina, one village, they say 50 people were killed in front of their eyes, where these people are sitting around with me. They were new arrival, and they fled, and they're giving me that testimony. And on that village, how many girls were raped? They say 7 girls were taken by the military to the forest. They were not killed, they came back. And can we go? Maybe it's a bit slow down the voice so we have more. Yeah, maybe a little bit further. Okay. Yeah, go. Yeah, go further, further. Move ahead. Yeah, move. There is some women. Yeah, there. A bit more further. Yeah, yeah, a bit. Yeah. After this, yeah, start here. Sound. Yeah, move. Yeah, louder. Maximum, yeah. Peaceful. Bit His name is Azizul Mustafa. This guy was 23 years old, and he's from Gozirbil in Mongdo. He was this rocket launcher when military in 12 November they attacked their village, and this was happened to him. On November 12, he was returning to his home from the madrasa, which is religious school, and he was quite carefully going even there. The military is launching the attacks, and from helicopter, this was the rocket launchers. They pushed them. They put the. And I think we'll do another one. Yeah. They are from Zamboina village. On 12 November 9 a.m. military surrounded them, and Friday and Saturday they took all their girls, all the girls from the village. Some shot to them, and some houses were burned down. At that time, these women were locked, and some unmarried girls, when they tried to stop them from the military to rape, and some men were arrested, some were shot, and they tried very hard to stop women were not to force by military to get raped. And some women were forced to sit outside their homes under the sunlight. They say, we could see the fire burning on our homes. We do not know if these girls are alive, burned or taken anywhere. 6 out of 11 reached there. And one of 6 who made it here and she mentioned, I had 16-year-old girl, and she ran to the forest due to fear of gunshot. Unfortunately, she was shot. We somehow made it to Kiari village. We were there for 15 days. We could not even have a meal for 3 days. No one allowed us to stay there. There were not even a not even a place to stay. On 12 November, entire houses were burned down in Kiari Farang village. An elderly man, he was the father of this man there, the other man there. They gathered them in the fields. They separated us into two groups. One group of men, another group of women. 53 people were killed with a short knife in their necks. And I asked, who witnessed this? Every one of us witnessed this. There were about 200 to 300 women. We all saw it. We were not allowed to see in that way. We were screaming, and they changed our direction of sitting. Their clothes were put off. Their hands were tied in the back. 53 people out of 100 to 150 were killed in this way. The remaining ones' fates were unknown, and we were not there. We can stop now. And this is the one day, a whole day busy to the camps I have passed through in my life, the human misery, how they've been persecuted, how their loved ones were killed and burned alive. That is what I learned during my visit to the camps when they give me a testimony. So finally, what I want to say is, my father died in Rangoon a week ago. It devastated me, a loved son, but I am far more devastated to hear the first-hand witness of these people. In my own Rohingya language, a group of fresh arrivals from northern Arakan mounted out their harrowing tale of rapes, slaughtered, burning elderly people and babies alive. Sitting throats of your girls in front of their mothers by Myanmar government troops and local ultra-racists. I call on the panel of jury, this important People's Tribunal, to look carefully at the numerous forms of the most heinous crimes against poor, faceless, innocent, and unarmed Rohingya, deliberate Myanmar state crimes against my ethnic group of Rohingya. The voices of faceless Rohingya villagers who were being tortured, starved, and destroyed by the Burmese need to be heard. The memories of the fallen victims need to be honored. Thank you very much for your human solidarity and compassion.
Thank you very much, Tun Kin, and we're very sorry for your loss. What I propose we do now is that you come back and the panel ask you a few questions. And if our Rohingya blogger friends are comfortable, we will move your slot till after lunch, because then you will have more time. It won't be rushed. We have a longer session for testimony this afternoon, and I think you should be entitled to give the depth of your presentation. So I hope everybody's comfortable with that. And now we'll have a few moments for questioning of Tun Kin by the panel, and then we will adjourn for lunch at 1:30. Thank you. Daniel?
Thank you, Tun Kin, for your strong presentation. And I have some questions just to clarify some facts. Yeah. So, first of all, the interviews were taken just in one camp, or if you can let us know in the name of the camps and where they're located. I understood all of them are in Bangladesh. So.
Actually, the interviews were taken randomly. and I visited 2 camps. One is Kutupalong camp, one is Balukhali camp. And there is, as some of you know, there is unregistered Rohingya refugees about 400,000. So I couldn't go there. So I just visited at least 75,000 who were new arrivals after 9 October attacks. So as far as when I found that Kutupalong camp, there is about 15 to 20,000, and Balukhali there is about 20,000 approximately. So no one knows exactly how many people. So I couldn't go much. I just met I just randomly to see whoever I met who were raped and who were, attacks, and who had their loved ones were killed by military. Just on the way to camps I met, and some people I just met them. And for the security reason, we can't ask longer conversation we can't have in a camp. So I brought them in hotels, some of people. So I just interviewed them randomly.
Okay, and when have you taken the interviews? When it was your trip?
It was on 18 to 21st of February. Sorry, 19 to 22nd of February. On 3 days.
Okay. And how many interviews have you taken? Because we have seen just...
I have taken about more than 30 interviews, 30 victims. Some were mixed up because the nature, their desperation when they want to explain how they suffered. And so some people are giving longer conversations, some are very short. My brother was killed, my daughter was raped, and I've seen, and just 2, 3, some are short, some are very long. So it's totally about more than 30 interviews I have been taken.
Okay, so we will thank you if you can share the whole interviews.
Yeah, I am happy to do that. I have all videos here, and I can give you the also translation, everything. It's my own Rohingya language. I have did them. It's just randomly. There is many more victims, uncountable victims you can find out. Unfortunately, security reason, because we can't ask much more. We can't get through more investigation there. So because of government, some problems. So I would be happy if I could do like a few weeks. I could stay and could get a kind of horrible history in 21st century. You can find out how human misery they've been faced in northern Arkhana state.
Okay, thank you very much for the important work here.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if it was...
Could you perhaps just explain the status of the Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh? What's their future? What's their present? What's their expectation? What's next, so to speak, for these people?
This is a good question. As everyone is, concerned about this. These people, some of them were forced back when they fled from the country, when their daughters were raped, son was killed, and by military, and some people were forced back, pushed back. But still, there is the other way. They come around and they sneakily came to Bangladesh camps, and as far as what I've seen, some people, they didn't have food even in the camps for 2 days, 3 days. Some people, they told me, I do not have food for this lunch. And they begging some money even, This is the situation. And for tomorrow, we don't know. And some people, they just shelter it. And the condition is really, really squalid camps and really bad. So I think this is really important, that the protection of these people, in our country, we are facing crime against humanity and genocide in our own native land. The other side, we, the people, these Rohingya people in camps, they are not, there is no protection for them. That is, future is very blinking. So I think international institutions and international community have to come forward to...
But both the World Food Programme and the High Commission for Refugees,
World Food Programme,
they're all represented in Bangladesh.
UNHCRs are there.
They're not reaching out to these...
They're reaching out, but still there is not enough. We appreciate what UNHCR have been doing a great work, and some restriction by the Bangladesh governments are there, the other side. So, you know what I want to say is like when you look at as a whole Rohingya population, including these people now who is at new arrivals, like 1.5 million Rohingya have been left out, fled from the country because of persecution. 1.5 million approximately. So even the other side, the government is success in their policy, destroying this community in the native land. The other side, when they get out, there is culturally, you know, their education, they are quite worrying the future. So this population will be a kind of, you know, in future, quite, their life is totally blinking in future. So we are in emergency crisis, I should say, the Rohingya people, because the government, you know, if you look at from the top to bottom as a consequence, you know, like after independence, Rohingya have their own identity, recognized as an ethnic group. If you look at a short consequence, like since 1962, General Lee coup power, he stripped of ethnic rights, and after 1978, King Dragon operation, refugees were repatriated back from Bangladesh, and then government step up another one to make them stateless by introducing 82 law. Because of that law, I'm not a citizen of Burma, even though my grandfather was a parliamentary secretary, you know. So like me, 1.3 million Rohingyas are facing this persecution today in Burma. So, yeah. So, and then they, after introduced this 82 law, they impose restriction on movement. They impose restriction on marriage. They import restriction on education. And they confiscate their lands. And that is until 1995. In 2010, when so-called democracy and open up came to Burma, you know, anti-Rohingya campaign were started. And because of that, as a result, you know, large scale of violence again by a state-organized ethnic state-organized violence occurred in 2012. 140,000 Rohingya become internally displaced people. And then what they block in the aid. And if you look at 2015 election, Rohingya were not able to vote and not able to be a member of parliament. So, and 2016, this is largest stage of crime against humanity or genocide to eliminate. So if you look, map up the whole Rohingya issue, first the strip of citizenship, ethnic right and citizenship and restriction of movement, marriage, education, and then the anti-Rohingya campaign where, you know, instigated and burned down their houses and pushing them to the camps and then blocking the aid. And the government is saying whether you want to live without food in these camps or you live from the country. This is the final target. So we are end of this large, end of the stage of genocide. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the panel? Right, well, thank you very much, Tun Kin. And what we'll do now is draw the morning session to a close. We have a lunch which has been very generously and kindly donated by the Rohingya community, and we thank them very much for that. The lunch is, Louise? It's again outside in the corridor, and we will reconvene at 2:30. So this is a moment now for you to refresh yourselves, stretch your legs, debrief a little, and enjoy your lunch. And we will see you back here at 2:30. Zani has
just one sorry note. The lunch is restricted to organizers and speakers, and for those of you who attend out of your personal concerns, there are quite a few places to grab brown bag lunch. I'm sorry about that. We underestimated the number of people that will show up.
No, it's covered up. Don't worry. It's covered up. I think we are not more than 40 people here.
No, I think everybody can be included.
Fatima to stay? Because I think we have a meeting.
Sorry? Yeah.
Do you think you need Fatima to stay? Because I think she might have a meeting with
If, I mean, yeah, she can go if she needs to. Okay. Find your seats, please. Welcome back. A slight change to the program. First of all, the panel would like to recall Tun Kin because they have a question relating to the Kofi Annan Commission. So that should be a very brief thing, but if you could come up in a moment, Tun Kin. Then we'll move on to our colleagues from Rohingya blogger Uba Sen and Dor Kin La. And then we have a documentary which isn't scheduled, but I think everybody has agreed that it would be good to see. It's a documentary by independent filmmaker Shafur Rahman called Rohingya Testimony, No Reason to Hide Our Faces. So we will have that then before going back to the order of the agenda, of the timetable. So Tun Kin.
No, yes, we spoke about the possibility of having an answer to that question I raised earlier about the commission that Kofi Annan is he the president of it, a member of it, and what consequences that might have for us in PPT in the follow-up to this preliminary session.
Firstly, when we look at Kofi Annan Commission, it is founded by Aung San Suu Kyi's government, NLD, current government, and we have seen that they will not investigate human rights abuses. They will be looking something for solution for the Rohingya. So our concern here is, first thing, if we talk about Kofi Annan Commission, we can see that as they are not human rights abuses investigating, the government, there is impunity going on. What's happening to Rohingyas in Rakhine State? If you look at after 2016, October 9, mass rape, mass killings, and mass arrests is been taking place. We have seen many reports, and particularly we have seen that February UN reports, strong reports I've already mentioned, and that report actually also supported, which I have presented just now, the victims. It's been supported also to UN reports because young UN officers got testimonies from these victims who were fled from Burma to Bangladesh. And so this is an important point. The government cannot go on these abuses and these genocidal activities against Rohingya, which been going many decades, first thing. And if you look at what consequence on that point, so far we have seen this before Kofi Annan Commission founded, in July 29, 2016, there was a report from Human Rights Commission. There have some key recommendation points. They call in that Burmese government, Rohingyas and other minorities is maybe crime against humanity. Though the key recommendation they calling up to restore the citizenship rights, to lift up basic restriction of basic rights, particularly restriction of movement, marriage, education, and these things. As of now, what we have seen, the Burmese continuously, this government, Burmese government, or even NLD, there is no willingness to restore their right to stop this crime against humanity, against Rohingya. We have not seen so far. The other point, if they are honest, the Burmese government, they should have implemented some points from UN reports, which was released in 29 July 2016. So even Kofi Annan Commission is advisory commission. If they implement, if they give some key recommendation points, I hope some points will be there, but the government willingness whether they will implement or not, this is a question mark here. So as far as what I think this is just what Dawn San Suu Kyi said. She wants some time and a space. So this is just to show up to international community. They are doing something for Rohingya community. They are trying to deal this issue, to show up to ace international pressure. So I don't think any positive result will come up from Burmese government, even though Kofi Annan Commission will do some points, but there is no hope as far as what I think. Because if they are positive or they want to stop this crime against Rohingya, this atrocity crime against Rohingya, what's been going on many decades, they cannot stop anytime. But there is no willingness, there is no political leadership want to speak up in Burma on these atrocities against Rohingya. So I will stop this here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Can I just add two points, if I may?
Okay, very quickly.
Yeah. For the commission, there is. Take a mic. Sorry. Just quickly, two notes. One is the member within the commission. There are some members which are questionable, who have pronounced their anti-Rohingya activities. The second thing, the commission itself is just a suggestion commission, so there isn't any implementation plan afterward. So the commission result, whatever it would be, it won't have any scope for further action. It's just an advisory action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was it quick?
That was quick for me. Thank you very much. And now I invite Uba Sen from Rohingya Blogger to deliver some testimony. Ubu Sen is originally from Mongdor in northern Rakhine State, where the most recent outbreak of violence has taken place.
Thank you. Honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak here. I am Uba Sen. I was born in Butidong Township of Arkan State, Western Burma in 1952. My father was a civil servant, and I myself worked for the Ministry of Cooperative in my hometown until 1991. I now live as a Rohingya exile and a refugee in the United Kingdom. I will share with my first-hand eyewitness account of the first centrally organized large-scale attack against our Rohingya communities across Arkan or Rakhine State in 1978. The attack was widely and correctly understood to be ordered and orchestrated by the highest level of the leadership in the central government of ex-General Ne Win in Rangoon. It was launched as a part of a migration crackdown known as Nagami or King Dragon Operation. After the independence of Burma, Rohingya people were same as the ethnic groups in Burma, and they enjoyed the right of full citizenship. National registration card, NRC, were issued for the first time in 1952. All Rohingyas in Arkan State were holders of NRC card. But in 1974, additional remark was sealed on the NRC card, stating that holding this certificate should not be considered as a conclusive proof of as citizenship. In the same year, the government launched Sabre or Jasmine operation. The operation was designed to seize the NRC card from the Rohingya people. Many thousands of Rohingya NRC cards of the Rohingya were confiscated without any legal notice. In the beginning of 1977, the Burmese regime initiated King Dragon operation at the cost of 140 million, 20 million US dollar. The official purpose was to update government's demographic database in Arkan or register all residents classified categorically as either Burmese citizen or foreigners. But in reality, the operation wasn't as it official was said to be. It turned out one central objective was to take away all documents and proof of citizen that were in the hands of Rohingya families. Consequently, virtually all Rohingyas were made illegal in our own towns and villages of birth. I saw with my own eyes teams of Burmese and Rakhine local authorities confiscating official ID cards from those who had them and arresting and taking away anyone with their handcuff, including young children who were not yet eligible for ID card. As a junior township level government staff, I traveled through many towns in Arkan state. I saw with my own eyes many unusual things at the various checkpoints. For instance, at the checkpoint, only Rohingyas, not other ethnic groups in Arkan or Rakhine state, were routinely questioned. Often we were both verbally and physically abused by Burmese and Rakhine officials, from private in the army to police officer to magistrate. Even when we were walking down the street, they would stop us and ask who we were, what our lumio or race was. Many Rohingyas who say they are Rohingya get beaten and slapped, abused by the security troop. I know this for the effect. Both local Rakhine and Burmese authorities would call us Rohingya by the derogatory terms Khoto or Kla, this meaning nigger. The operation started in Aikyaf, the capital of Arkan, on the 8th February 1978. Some of 250 inter-government officials started in King Dragon operation in Aikyaf. They were said to be dispatched from Rangoon, the then capital, and also a large number of the heavily armed force from Burma Army and Navy in Arkan state, as well as the Civil Administration Department. I also saw thousands of Rakhine members from the Burma Socialist Program Party roaming about alongside security and other officials. At the launch of this operation, this man entered the large Rohingya village in Aikyaf or Sitwe, called Sakipara. My own relatives in Aikyaf informed me that 1,734 Rohingyas were herded like animals onto the army trucks and taken to the Aikyaf Central Jail in a single evening. In Aikyaf alone, more than 5,000 Rohingyas, including elderly men and women, children, women, were detained without any reason, without a few days. I heard many first-hand stories of how Burmese army terrorized our Rohingya communities by want-on killing and rape and gang rape Rohingya women throughout the Rohingya pockets. The mass grove of Burmese officials and Rakhine locals were seen carrying out the destruction of mosques, business, and Rohingya homes, just like what they did more recently, June and October 2012. The people who got arrested were inhumanly tortured. Even elderly men and women, children were not spared. In my hometown, Butidong, here is what I saw. On 11 February, the Burma Navy brought the team to launch operation in Butidong and Maundo Township, where majority of Rohingya live. The team appeared in every wards and villages. Rohingya were rounded up. I saw with my own eyes this Dragon Operation Unit arrest Rohingyas, tied with hand with ropes, strung them along with row like hearts of goods. My neighbor, school teacher, Umir Ahmad, and wife have national registration card, but their teenage children were arrested because they could not produce ID card. They were not old enough to apply for ID card. Most of the innocent detainees were kept in the open field under bright sun. Budidong police station and Budidong police station and jails were overflowing with the Rohingyas detainee. All men, women, and children were together in the field with no food and sanitation or toilet facilities. And the immigration code was established inside the main police station in Budidong. Burmese and Rakhine authorities questioned the detainees. Neither nor witness were allowed any of the court hearing. With a few exceptions, detainees were given a long-term prison with hard labor. Subsequently, many of them were sent to the prison in Mondo, the Rohingya town close the Bangladesh and Akiaf township. Large number of prisoners were crammed in the small cell. Many families preached in this inhuman and unhygienic jail cell. They were provided with extremely insufficient quantity of goods, no medical treatment, and many were died with various diseases, and reported many were tortured and dead. I am not only Rohingya eyewitness who lived through the King Dragon operation in 1978. There were many people in different towns, wards, and villages of also witnessed in torture, arrest, and inhumanity during the large-scale operation against Rohingya. So word spread among Rohingya's community, and people began panic run. Rohingya left their land, properties, house, their cattle, and virtually anything that was not movable, just tried to run for their life. I saw with my eyes Rohingya man with several bullet injuries who was being carried to our town hospital. Nobody could save him. He died before reaching the hospital. Using my civil ID card, I was able to snag into the hospital and took his picture as he laid in the mortuary. I saw with my own eyes that how they abuse the people while so-called collecting the population data. They entered the house, asked the name and age, then started slapping and punching Rohingya without any reason. Many Rohingyas watched or heard story of how their mothers, sisters, wife were raped and gang raped by the Burmese authority and security unit. Panic-stricken, the people from the town of Budidong fled through the Nachingdok Valley, then through the Chigambien in Mongno Township. Then they fled to the Bangladesh by crossing Naf River. I followed with them through the valley to observe the situation. I took picture of fleeing people. Unfortunately, my picture were lost forever some years later when the Rohingyas activist organization in Bangladesh, which I gave, was raided by Bangladeshi police, which confiscated everything in the office, including my picture. The 3-month-long Dragon operation drove out roughly about 200,000 Rohingya from the various pockets, including Akiaf, Mondo, and Budidong Township. After the King Dragon operation, the regime launched Hinta operation, or Scared Dark operation, in order to bring back the Rohingya from the Bangladesh. According to the government figures, about 170,000 Rohingyas returned in late 1979. Rohingya refugees were thus received through a dozen or so temporary screening camps along the Burmese-Bangladesh border. They were issued a certificate after verification their status documents. Although that the government labeled Rohingyas as illegal Bengali immigrants. On the certificate, the words Rohingya was written, the ethnic name Rohingya was clearly written in the certificate. Those were issued by the Ministry of Home Affairs. However, this new certificate said Rohingya were citizen or national registration card holders anymore, in spite of the fact that they referred to their previous NRC numbers. None of the Rohingya who previously were NRC or citizen card holders were issued back their NRC card. In 1982, new citizenship law was enacted that Rohingya became stateless according to their customized law. Again, in 1991 and 1992, post-socialist military regime led by the Somong and Thanshui launched another operation as a similar scale as the 1978 Dragon operation. Consequently, about 250,000 Rohingyas fled northern Arakan, unlike 1978. These Rohingya were never allowed to return to Burma. Starting from 1989, the military regime launched a program in a nation replaced an NRC card with national scrutiny card. All the Rohingyas in the Arakan were asked to submit the application. The application were officially submitted, but in 1992, all Rohingya in Arakan state were forced to hold temporary registration card, which is especially issuing for non-citizenship, instead of issuing them national security card. Even the NRC card from the government staff were confiscated, and they were forced to hold temporary registration card in late 1994. After forcing the Rohingya to hold temporary registration card more than 20 years, the government has confiscated them in early 2015. And today, new democratic government led by the Aung San Suu Kyi is forcing Rohingya to hold national verification card, NVC, which Rohingya do not want. The card itself is unlawful. Yet there are many operations against the Rohingya to hold this card. The government started blocking the roads, villages, arresting prominent figures from the villages. However, the majority of Rohingya are not going to accept this card, which will make them foreigners permanently. For the reason of the Rohingya will be suffering from new restriction imposed every day by the Aung San Suu Kyi-led government. In conclusion, we are citizen and ethnic community from Burma, but today are mislabeled by Burmese government as illegal Bengalis. The Burmese government began their official persecution of us, Rohingya, four decades ago. The Rohingya suffering did not begin in 2012, where Burma opened up to the world, one of the most remaining economies to do business with. We experienced many waves of massacre before 2012. Unlike 2012, in the last year, October 9, after attacking 3 border guard police force by a group of Rohingya fighters, the government launched clearance operation. At least 1,000 Rohingya civilians were inhumanly killed. Many hundreds of young girls, women are raped. A few thousand houses were burned down by military and border guard police. We are ourselves, as the sons and daughters of the northern Arakan, just like Buddhist Rakhine, who make up 2/3 of Arakan's population. Our identity was ancestral. It is our responsibility to honor our foreparents by keeping our distinct identity as Rohingya. But we are facing similar situation just like Jews in Nazi Germany, which stripped German Jews of their nationality. Our suffering is not caused simply by sectarian or communal strife between us and Rakhine extremists. The Burmese military leadership 1970s have been centrally involved. They attempt to erase our ethnic identity and eradicate our literal present from our ancestral land. Please listen our cries. Please help end the persecution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Questions from the panel?
I'd like to ask you one question. Thank you so much. Just a small point. You said that the national verification card is unlawful.
Yeah.
I'd like you to say a little more about
Yeah.
that. Why?
I am not lawyer, but I know the many article I saw there is written everywhere in the internet or everywhere. In 1982 law, there is no verification card. There is no mention any verification card. This is making government for the bluffing for to our Rohingya people to make something they are making.
I understand at one time a number of Rohingya lived in the Rangoon or Yangon area, and presumably other parts of Burma or Myanmar. Is that situation completely now changed? Is the entire population of Rohingya established only on that border area with Bangladesh?
Yeah, only border area.
So people were removed from Rangoon. When was that? Many years
Not
ago?
move, the government not allowed to move Rangoon. There is making like open prison in the northern Arkan area.
No, I understand, but if you go back 50, 100 years or so, I understand there was a population in Rangoon. Is that not correct?
There is only few, I think the very few population there. There's not much Rohingya there.
There are still some Rohingya in Rangoon.
Yeah.
I just wonder, but in the past there was a bigger population. So this is a long process of driving people back into this one sort of western corner of the country.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I think, can I add something on that point? Actually,
You better
what
get
you
that.
mentioned is the Rohingya population mostly living in western part of Burma. So what you mean after general naming coup power, there is some Indians in Rangoon and other parts. So by doing some operation, he driven out many people. But some Rohingyas are still in Rangoon, but they cannot say they are Rohingya. So just for some reason they just live there. It is not actually their focus is mostly in northern Arkan state, where the largest Muslim population of Rohingya people, Muslim population of Burma are residing in western part of Burma. So that is the policy. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. And now I'll call on Dorkin Loa, who, thank you very much, who is also from Rohingya blogger and originally from Mongdor in northern Rakhine State. Thank you very much.
Distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to speak here today. I am Dorkin Loa, a Rohingya woman. I was born in Butidang Township of Arkan State in 1953. Until 2002, before departure as a refugee from Burma, I worked as a government middle school teacher. Educators and teachers are held in high social status in Burmese national culture. My parents were born in Arkan and were buried in the Arkan soil. My grandparents were born there. They live and work in all their lives, both under the British colonial rule and after Burma's independence in 1948. They too died as full and equal citizens of our country, Burma. In fact, my grandfather, named Hu Abduzalil, sent a letter to clarification as to his citizenship status as an indigenous Muslim or Arkan or Rakhine in 1949, 1 year after independence. The Ministry of Justice, TIA Thana, replied officially. The official letter was dated 18 December 1949. The step from the letter is, it is to inform you that, according to your affidavit, you need not apply for the citizenship certificate as you belong to one of the indigenous races of the Union of Burma, as defined to the Section 3.1 of the Union Citizenship 1948, Burma Act No. 66 of 1948. In the early 1950s, when the Burmese government introduced the National Registration Card, Rohingyas were issued this legal identification as a national of the country. We have absolutely no problem to obtain legal IDs. The then government of Burma, including the military leaders, both in the region and in the central administration in Rangoon, treated us the respect and appreciation as the one of the ethnic people of the new Burma. We enjoyed basic citizenship rights and official recognition as a distinct ethnic community well into early 1970s. We were broadcasting in our own mother tongue, Rohingya, on Burma Broadcasting Service, the only national radio station before television arrived in Burma, 3 times a week, starting in 1961, because we Rohingyas were 75 majority in the 3 towns near Bangladesh. We are administrators has separate distinct called Mayu. When I was young student, we Rohingya children had full access to schooling. We enjoyed full freedom of movement. We could move from one neighbor to another, from one village to another, from one town to another, and from one state to another within Burma. There was not even the idea, let alone a national policy, of severely restricting our marriage, child, and family size. But this all changed when General Ne Win, well known for his violent streak, as a person and xenophobia toward Christian, Muslim, European, Indian, Chinese, so on. He considered anyone look different, believe in different God, or talk different as a completely untrustworthy. Indeed, anyone deemed untrustworthy is perceived as a threat to nationality. One of the major General Ne Win government, with the push for anti-Rohingya Rakhine nationalists, was the passage of 1982 Citizenship Act. The Citizenship Act stripped us of our nationality status and erased our ethnic identity. After the racially motivated law came into effect in the fall of 1982, hundreds of thousands of Rohingyas who had held national registration IDs were issued temporary registration card or white card so-called. In early 2015, the Burmese government de-recognized the white cards and confiscated them, rendering the Rohingya people absolutely without any semblance or proof of their standing as a Burmese citizen and lawful resident in our country. Today, nearly 1 million of our fellow Rohingya people have absolutely no legal existence as a people. Thousands of my own fellow Rohingyas live in ghetto-like conditions where armed guards stand ready to shoot and abuse. My brother, Shuelapu, was the chairman of Township Development and Peace Council in Shan State during the military government led by General Tan Shui, but he was fired from his job in 1995 just because he is a Muslim, even as we are discriminated. Some of my cousin and one of my sister are still civil servants. We were not discriminated much till 1978, but since after King Dragon operation, there were many restrictions for ordinary people. Sometimes civil servants were also discriminated and tortured. After enacted 1992 citizenship law, only civil servants could travel outside of Arakan state. But since 1992, the border security force has called Nasaka was in place, and many restrictions against Rohingya were imposed, such as birth, marriage, movement, health, and education. After disbanding Nasaka, the Burmese government has formed border guard police, and the restrictions are still in place, although today so-called the democratic government led by Aung San Suu Kyi is ruling the country. When I was young, there was peace between Rakhine and Rohingya communities. But since 2012, the two communities are separated. I didn't face any problem when I studied at school and university. But since 2012, Rohingya students cannot join the university anymore. And the Rohingya youth have no future at all. And they are not allowed to work any government offices. Even they do their own businesses, they are started, and finally many of them are taking risky journey to Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, etc. Being a Rohingya, at first I suffered at age 9. Even my father, who was a police officer and fought for Burma independence in Arakan region along with British troops in 1962, when the late dictator Ne Win confiscated all properties of the people. The authority didn't spare even his properties. I couldn't control my tears by seeing the tension of my father. Even I was too young. As all saving properties were confiscated, we faced a lot of difficulties even for studying. In 1978, when the government launched King Dragon operation, I was one of the eyewitnesses. I saw how Rohingya people were threatened, extorted, tortured, and abused. I was pregnant at that time, and I saw from my window how the people were fleeing at night and how their properties, houses were burned down. I saw all these things with my own eyes. I was very much scared when I saw my neighbors. The teacher and his family were arrested by the military security troops. 3 years later, I faced another horrifying situation again. Has the government made a long-term plan to wipe out all educated Rohingyas from the town? They arrested many educated without any reason. They targeted my husband too. He was a senior auditor with the Ministry of Cooperative. At midnight, about 12, the military surrounded our house and they took my husband away. They questioned him the whole night and released after extorting 300 kyats. The sum which we had to give was salary of both, as we had 3 children. We faced a lot of difficulties for that extortion. However, we got support from the parents who are making little money with their pension salaries. To escape further persecution, we had to move capital Rangoon because of the increasingly repressive treatment by the authorities. Many other educated, including many of my relatives, had to flee to the neighboring country, Bangladesh. The Rohingya people who couldn't escape are still suffering. After moving to Rangoon, even everything was fine. I was very much disappointed when I attended the refresher training, although the training was named refreshment training for the teachers. The special lecture was included that the Bengali people in Rakhine state made it up to 4 wives and have 20 to 30 children. and many others' hatred against Rohingya people, for which I was very much worried that the situation in Arakan will become worse. As I talk today, the situation in Arakan is like the people are living an open-air prison. Since then, I started thinking to leave the country, as I could imagine the situation for Muslims will become the most worsened. In 2002, all of my family members reunited in one country, but unfortunately later, after 3 years, we had to separate again. Now we are in 3 different countries: UK, USA, and Germany. After I arrived in the United Kingdom, 1 year later, the massacre took place in Arakan state, and my 2 cousin brothers were killed, and all of my relatives live in Situa, internally displaced now. Again, in late 2016, more than 1,000 Rohingyas were brutally killed, murdered, burned alive, and many hundreds of women and young girls were raped, and thousands of houses were burned to the ground by military security troops under the pretext counter-insurgency campaign. Today, we are still less in our own country. Even as for me, my grandfather had a certificate that he belonged to the indigenous race of Burma. Now I am recognized as a citizen. I am not recognized as a citizen. My father served for British Frontier Police Force since 1930 and led for Burma Police for more than 3 decades. I have graduated from Rangoon University, yet today I am accused as illegal Bengali immigrant. We have many evidence. We are long settled and native to Kingdom of Arakan. Yet our historical facts and evidence have been ignored by Burmese government since 1962. I urge the international community to stand up for us, the Rohingya, who have been subjected to what Professor Amartya Sen called a genocide. I want to say in conclusion, the government of Myanmar or Burma is instrumental in the worsening flight of the Rohingya. Burma's rulers since 1970s are fully responsible for the violence against and destruction of us, the Rohingya. We are not destroyed by the communal prejudice from Rakhine Buddhists. We are being destroyed by the central government policies, which including giving local ultra-racists a blanket impunity, as they attempt to harm us mentally and physically. Thank you for hearing our stories.
Thank you very much. If you could stay there a moment. Any questions from the panel?
Well, just to thank you very much for sharing with us your very painful experience over many, many years. Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to move, as I mentioned, to a slightly changed departure in the timetable, and we're going to show a segment of a film by Shafiur Rahman, documentary filmmaker, and the film, the 10 minutes of extraction from the film, is from the Rohingya testimony, No Reason to Hide Our Faces. So thank you very much, and we will, if we could have the lights dimmed a little bit, please, that would be great. Thank you. Perfect.
While we were sleeping, it was 2 or 3 a.m. I did not notice that the military surrounded my whole house. They suddenly entered. They carried both rifles and knives. One used a knife to cut some rope in my house. My brother and sister-in-law's husbands had their hands tied behind their backs with the rope. They were first beaten with rifle butts, They were beaten so harshly that my brother was about to die. It was so horrible to watch. When they were beating my brother and my sister-in-law's husband, we were close to them. We were also lying down. Whenever they were crying, we were also crying. My oldest son and my 11-year-old daughter were beaten too. And then they shot and killed my brother and my brother-in-law. This happened just outside our house. When they were shooting, a bullet grazed my sister's skin too. Then they dragged their bodies away. We never found their bodies. I cannot tell you what I feel inside. The military was kicking us with their boots. My husband was lying down as if he was dead, spreading his hands wide. I cannot tell you what I feel inside. The military was kicking us with their boots. My husband was lying down as if he was dead, spreading his hands wide. So this is the testimonial from a UN human rights report. This comes after the government of Myanmar has repeatedly denied that there's any abuses going on in Myanmar itself. In fact, the government of Aung San Suu Kyi had commissioned their own inquiry, which was led by a former Lieutenant General, and they reported back that there's no evidence of abuses whatsoever. So the UN Human Rights Commission sent a number of lead investigators to the camps in Bangladesh, where many of the Rohingya had actually fled. The rights abuses are evident in this report, and some of these hardened investigators actually said that this is the worst situation they've actually come across. You see mass scale of killing, rapes, murder, killing of children. Over half of the women that fled had been sexually abused, over 52% of them. So this is actually a testimonial to what's actually the reality of what's happening in Myanmar.
Please. Right. Thank you very much for that insight into the most recent violence in northern Rakhine State. We'll now move to the agenda as in front of you from 2:30 to 6:30. We now have Azril and some Malaysian lawyers who are going to present evidence that they have accumulated inside Malaysia from refugees fleeing Burma.
Thank you, Professor Penny Green. Respected panel of jurists, prosecution team, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. My name is Azril Muhammad Amin. I'm the Chief Executive of Center for Human Rights Research and Advocacy, Centra, based in Malaysia. And I have come along with 6 lawyers of my learned friends to share with the tribunal today some of the documentary evidence that we have gathered from the Rohingya community in Malaysia. My colleague Rozal Azimin will be sharing with you the recorded statements of this Rohingya community. Just as a background, perhaps I can read out a short speech on behalf of Centra. Ladies and gentlemen, crimes against humanity and constant as well as systematic violation of human rights against the Rohingya community is said to be continuing and never ending. However, the most violent of incidents is said to have happened in 2012, when the first wave of open violence and mass killings occurred in many Rohingya villages in the state of Rakhine, particularly in the townships of Maungdaw and Arkang. Related crimes and brutal human rights violations continue to be committed against them until this very day. And approximately a year ago in 2016, a second wave of ruthless and savageness violence was again perpetrated against the same minority ethnic group in October. These 2 major atrocities have collectively attracted the world's attention, causing the international community to seriously reconsider Myanmar's standing in the world's community of nations, and condemnations as well as pressure to end the violence expressed in various international fora continue to dog the Burmese regime. The world can no longer turn a blind eye to these horrendous events. The international community, including many non-governmental as well as civil society organizations, regardless of nationality or origin, have taken cognizance of the many atrocities committed by the Burmese regime against the Rohingya and have started to condemn the blatant as well as obvious violations of human rights, crimes against humanity, and systematic genocide being perpetrated against this ethnic group. World bodies such as the United Nations Human Rights Council, the General Assembly, EU, the Organization of Islamic Conference have passed many resolutions to condemn the deteriorating situation of human rights in the state of Myanmar. Among the resolutions passed were number 1, resolution of 15 December 2016 by the European Parliament, number 2016-3027, resolution 2134 by the United Nations Human Rights Council in 2016, resolution of the extraordinary meeting convened by the OIC in January 2017 in Kuala Lumpur recently, and the General Assembly Resolution ARES 68242 in the year 2014. Many other reports regarding the human rights and humanitarian situation in Myanmar as regards the Rohingya have also been published. For example, the report of the Office of the High Commission of Human Rights mission to Bangladesh, which published a flash report on 3rd February 2017, and we also wait for the report of the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation in Myanmar, due to be presented by Yang Lee before the Human Rights Council, and the same is scheduled to be presented this coming 13 March 2017 during the 34th Assembly of the Human Rights Council in Geneva. Nonetheless, until now, crimes and brutal human rights violations continue unabated, and no aggressive action has been undertaken to put a stop to the continuing violence. At least 19 civil society and NGOs and Rohingya associations around the world have taken the initiative to urge various people to convene their own permanent People's Tribunal and urge the setting up of an international tribunal to try acts of violence and violations of human rights against the minority, Rohingya community. In Malaysia, 2 civil society organizations, Centra and the International Movement for a Just World, took the lead in the task of gathering all evidence, statements, and testimonies from the stateless victims of violence against the Rohingya who were compelled to leave their homes and forced to leave behind their land and families, floating for months in the open sea to seek asylum in Malaysia, among other countries. Since Malaysia is one of the many countries to have taken in Rohingya victims apart from Bangladesh and some other nations, we have undertaken the arduous task of identifying and gathering as much as possible evidence regarding any violations of human rights or any element of crimes against humanity committed against the Rohingya minority. In pursuance of the above, Centra has formed a legal team consisting of 10 senior lawyers and licensed to practice law in Malaysia, and has tasked them with interviewing and gathering as many testimonies as possible for Rohingya refugees in Malaysia, and thereafter determining whether the minority Rohingya ethnic community have in fact had their rights violated or denied them, or have been ill-treated or brutally and inhumanly oppressed by the Buddhist majority, including military personnel and government authorities of the state of Myanmar. This legal team is an independent group and non-partisan. The legal team was formed with the purpose of providing expert witness testimony for the purpose of today's tribunal. And the primary objective for forming this legal team is to determine whether there have been any violations of human rights against the Rohingya minority in Myanmar, and whether there is any elements of crimes against humanity perpetrated by the state of Myanmar against this particular minority ethnic group. I will now invite my colleague, Mr. Rozal Azimin, to share with you the recorded witness statements that we have done in Kuala Lumpur. We have about 35 Rohingya witnesses that we have managed to interview, and in the original language of Rohingya, and also translated into Malay. Okay, please.
Good afternoon. Distinguished panel of jurists, members of prosecution team, steering committees, and ladies and gentlemen. I will continue on this presentation more to the aspect of our legal team collection of testimonies from the Rohingyas in Malaysia. I think we have given a bundle of documents to the panel of jurists, and I think the presentation script is also there in page 4, 2.5. Right. The task is not easy. Currently, there are about 56,000 Rohingya refugees scattered around throughout the 9 states of Malaysia. The legal team managed to identify about 10 to 15 Rohingyas refugee settlement in Klang Valley area, particularly within the vicinity of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and managed to interview up to 100 refugees or victims for the past 3 months, starting from January. Our target group of witnesses are Rohingyas, refugees or victims who have personally experienced and have eyewitnessed the events surrounding the violence committed in Myanmar in the year 2012 and later. Before the commencement of the audio-visual interview, the legal team undertook a preliminary assessment of the Rohingya refugees sought to be interviewed before accepting their testimonies for the purpose of the above stated assignment. Among the matters determined were: 1. That the interviewee would be an authentic member of the Rohingya community based on his or her state-issued documents, earlier testimonies, family trees record, as well as official confirmation from the head of the settlement they live in Malaysia for the purpose of interview. B. That the interviewee came to Malaysia after the violent incident of 2012 and not later, and not prior to that. C. That the interviewee came to Malaysia by force in order to escape ongoing violence and violation of human rights and not because of any other purpose. D. The interviewee testimonies are based on her or his own personal experience, not something that they felt, what they felt and what they have eyewitnessed, and not something they heard from others or any other hearsay evidence. The scale of undertaking of the legal team quickly became apparent when many of Rohingya refugees sought to the interviewed refused to give formal evidence out of fears that their family members still residing in Myanmar would be subject to a greater danger of being assaulted, beaten, murdered, should they be identified. Due to this constraint, out of almost 100 witnesses, the legal team decided to limit the compilation of testimonies and accounts to only 35 witnesses for the purpose of this tribunal. These testimonies were fully recorded in audiovisual form and translated into Malay language. by the Myanmar interpreter. Then the testimonies were transcribed and further translated into English to ensure that those testimonies were given voluntarily without force or without any kind of inducement, as well as given without fear or favor. The interviewer and the interpreter then executed a statutory declaration to this effect and affirmed the same before the notary public. I think the copy of the statutory declaration is with the panel of juries. Centra strongly believes that by the virtue of strict conditions and due process observed in taking of the testimonies, transcripts, audiovisual evidence of the same are fit to be used in any international court and will withstand at any level of scrutiny. Prior to the start of any interview as a matter of due process and in order to observe necessary legalities, the witnesses were reminded to speak the truth and were also further reminded that they were under oath to speak the truth. The interpreter was also asked to take an oath before all interviews to ensure the necessary legalities and truthfulness of their interpretation were duly observed. Now, for the type of violation, for the purpose of this tribunal, we have classified the testimonies of the witnesses to 4 types of violation. That is, number 1, violation of fundamental rights. B, violation of rights to property. C, violation against personal right. And 4, violation against right to live, or right to life. Based on our findings, now we go to the violation of number 1, which is violation of fundamental rights. Based on our findings, all the Rohingya refugees has been denied citizenship. All Rohingya victims have been stateless since 1982. When they were not issued any identification document following the coming into force of the new Myanmar nationality and citizenship law in that year, 1982. They were also isolated from the wider Burmese range of communities and confined to only their own villages, and they were hindered from traveling outside their villages. They were also not allowed to receive any basic and formal education and were not welcome and unwanted by Burmese government schools. Further, they were also denied electricity and water supplies, living only by the light of gas lanterns, with water supplies being limited to what was available from wells. The following are the testimonies by witnesses recording evidence of the aforesaid. Now, the video recording with subtitle in English. However, these translations were made by ourselves, so I hope that the panel of juries will accept it on face value. Can we start with Shabir Ahmad bin Saleh Ahmad? Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Kamu yang sudah baca apa-apa susah, ini ada air bagi racun. Air pulang.
That's witness number 1. Number 2 is Hidayat bin Abdul. We can find that in page 4 to page 11 of our bundles of documents.
아직 한번 좀 다시 또 소화만을 지다가 배운 거게 알아와랑 만 사대셔. 너 좀 먹고 배운 거게. 그냥 나와린 주셔. Indonesia dak Malaysia paraya bola budu biara malta serba de tunmale Indonesia hi nara khale are itara Indonesia mada sil Indonesia te am Malaysia se itara daru bidu morgi.
Right, we go to violation number 2, which is a violation of right to property. It is our finding that the Rohingya victims were expelled from their homes and villages. Many houses were also burnt and destroyed. They were forced to flee into the forest, and subsequently many had to leave the country. They were denied their rights to own houses and land. Their rights to the enjoyment of property have been violated on a massive scale. Now, we have 5 testimonies of witnesses in relation to this violation of rights. Number 1 is Jamila. This is, we can see it in page 18 to 22 of the bundles, pen of jury. Witness number 2, Muhammad Faris bin Hussein, page 23 to 25 of the bundle. Number 3 is Abdul Munaf. We can see from page 29 to 32 of the bundle.
Double Amador, but Galileo, Motor, the Bedouin, I should do that. But I am the mountain, but the Bedouin, one way, but the Apple, and the Apple ID. Apple ID, that I never did not have to buy the Undi Jalaka, another bad Hindi, if I had Sanda Undi, Hadi, Mali, the mother, Jalaka, as on the Rafinari. That's like giving the mother dictionary, but the Luna, but the Nasagan, I don't know, but the mother was never and deal with the winner, deal with the winner, the Gabu. Keshu be very right. Keshu mas, but the Buddha, people have the Bata, a kind of Jama to the Buddha. So, you, Nazara, Mother, Nazara, Padu, and Parasuba, Posindara, Bundara, Takara, and the Posindara, the Bisuba, come, at Kodara, to have the Keshu, I thought was Sadu later. Mansara, Keshu, the Babu, Babu, and Mulu, Mustamu, Babu, finally, Kishu Family, Kishu, Gamba, Kishu Hungary, Babu Hinja, Babu Lama, Babu Tara, when it is Babu, Babu to the Kisanu, the Puna to be good, but in the way. Yeah, Guru, Babu, Tara, Hodu, the Tara, Guru, the Faru, I'm sure the Tara, Mata, Kiyosa. Ada lah saya indra lah saluran mampere indra terra di dunia saya indra berjumlah ini manusia dah kuat kisah tiap hari sekarang jadi dia kisah dah mereka kisah dah tahu kisah fandian dah sampai kita beri dah kisah dah dunia mana dah indra mereka dah indra Lain baca kira pusat untuk orang betul dengan tu khali orang pergi ini khali baca ini ya yang di Jakarta semua tu dah lain baca golden baca boleh berapa satu orang itu dia memang baru kita dah sama lagi. Dia dah lagi orang Malaysia dah belajar mesti ada nak baca dulu ini juga. Sebab ada ini ada berapa juga ada berapa juga bagi ini itu ada mana.
Yes, witness number 4 is Anayatullah Rashid Ahmad, which we can see in page 33 to 47 of the bundle.
Dia maksud ini orang Rohingya itu Islam. Dia itu Buddhisme cakap ini saya punya negeri, ini saya punya negara. Tak boleh itu military punya cakap lah, military cakap. Ini orang Rohingya tak boleh duduk sini.
And lastly, number 5, Zahira Adam binti Sultan Ahmad, page 48 to 51 of the bundle.
Nampak berapa orang kena tembak, kena bunuh, kena hentam? Tiga orang dia nampak. Siang ke malam ini? Tidak, ini Ratiana Dinok dulu. Malam. Malam pulang tau. Ratiana itu orang itu malam kalau itu naik. Subuh sama bawa. Tiga bukan salah ini terus.
Sarno salah buramale keshuna male telana keshuna tere wahara ne buramarua indera cara pala sidua tu morkonde databindala datat pasha digala ye mole morkonde dabai dabai bayre hokke dalu inkarai monwara ai hokke makar beriendi hande beriendi hande function di dikhan lain din la malamani men tuli
Ay, guna dici mo na buangkan dalam. Buangkan.
All right, we go to the third violation, that is violation against a personal right. We divided these two into two categories, that is physical assault, beating and forced disappearance, and the other one is rape and other form of sexual violence. Now, for these physical assault, beatings and forced disappearance, the victim complained that they were physically assaulted when they were expelled from their houses. They were also beaten inhumanly by the military and the majority citizen of Burmese Buddhist descent, and some of them were taken away by the military. Their whereabouts were unknown. Also, from the interviews, we were shown evidence of physical injuries, such as scars from stabbing and slashing. The victims also named some of their relatives whom were taken and disappeared. We have identified 3 significant witnesses in connection with these violations. Number 1 is Nurul Amin Muhammad Ali. You can see in page 52 and 53 of the bundle.
military looting bade mokokol bishia se tara mani dutinadara wolo tara mokek de military looting milai to tara to mole madrasa isatti hodo nashe munte hodo nashe numar de hodo nashe de hodo nashe idean ara kai bade ara ide kengu uzo kalo yen ni sade tara agiye madrasa de amuli tara dumule uzolega yene kya neli de video moraye tara adai hariye tara da uzo bla kushige gilam ara ode ara jomada bogwa inu hasan bolio bana aliye bawanya garu zamade tare bolia utti military gunimaje baadi tare moge jiddu tara hari dudin da hari guna samode aniyore nundi petuliyere kuradi बागे इंदिरा जो तक देते थे वाला आरा से डोराइए गए गुली मार दे जो पे आरा नहीं ली के मदर सकती पूरा दिखा ये मुसीबत मदर सही तो तुम्हारे मतलब क्या क्या चिरा मारने पूरा तो तेरे तो पूरा दिखा आशीरी या वाला आशीरी हमने आरा जो तो मुझे उतारे गुली मार दिया आरा उतारे हाड़ी बातें नुंडी जो तो पेट्रोल पूरा दिया आरा डोराइए में दाई दी थोड़ा दाई दे ये इन दाई बातें नुंडी कन पुलिस से
Now, witness number 2 is Hidayat bin Abdul. Page 4 to 11. Witness number 3 is Muhammad Faris bin Hussein Ahmad. It's in page 23 to 25 of the bundle.
तो ही बावई बाले दिमाश आरमाशे ओई बादा आरा बारा माले को तारा मोगे माजिदे निशा आये तारा निशा आये आरा बारा दाव की मापार तीन नमासे Third police nisha hire third nisha hai tara guli mari ara police ko mari gili baade ala police yare mogle yare tara gaitera ana golai di baade tara ara to hono mari ta binna sore ase mete yare baade dole ara gili baade tara ara ki ala tara guli mari बहुत वारा हो पुलिस को वाज्य हो है यार आरा वाला ही बात है पीसी माया में पूरी जुमती माया में दो लगी हुई इन दाल सुगर होता दो लगे रे इन तीनों माया में बासे आए जी दो दिन बाद आशी माया में इन तीनों माया में फिर आशी dari pada dua blora.
Rape and other forms of sexual violence. Rape and sexual violence also occurred against the Rohingya in Myanmar. Some of the female victims were brutally raped and sexually assaulted. Some of them were subsequently murdered. The legal team did not identify any rape victim in Malaysia, but we did manage to identify 4 eyewitnesses of the forced violence. We have 4 witnesses for this, starting from Muhammad Faris bin Hussein Ahmad. You can see in page 23-25 of the bundle.
पूरा दिल्ली बात है पीछे आना नलागला बोलना वाले हाले ना वाले एनएन एक दिन वाले होता है यार एमआई का क्या किया था आसरो था उसमें आने को ताशिला वाला आने पर वाले एक दिन वाले होता है पूरा वाले मंदिर के गिरने मुझे मानसर माया मंदिर वाले बहुत माया मंदिर मारने का है आरा वाले फुंगरो माया वाले जरी बात है माया मंदिर जुलूम वाले तो ही वाले जोगराई दे Diawai pada, Juzalawai pada, Fundorin Shundorin pada, Muragi Burma Kawane, to Muragi there, side begging and big Zorai Mayama. Araka Jin has been Araka Maya, Fundoro Maya, quite white.
Witness number 2, Muhammad Shakir Habibur Rahman. We can see in page 65 to 71 of the bundle. Witness number 3, Abu Talaha bin Abdul Shukur. Page 72 to 74 of the bundle.
Manjara itara ara to bodin gura kain diye ya kain maze ara pura diwar do ana tubba bazo ashi kan rugi aski to biji washan the time maze itara ratyay baze darati mohammed mai mond dishun do mi kala giri itara red gore bazo dore le jago e ar ni mor tendere ma do itara dar mundu guri maze.
And lastly, Jamila, page 18 to 22.
Dia punya kampung dekat ada satu camp. Dia siapa yang nampak cantik dia tarik itu dia meninggalkan itu matikan robot. Dia ada. Dekat ni kan.
And lastly, number 4 is violation against the right to life. From our finding as well, derived from the interviews and compilation of the testimonies, we note that the worst violations endured by the Rohingya were the killings and mass murder of their people. apart from being denied of their rights to property and other fundamental rights, we are of the opinion that this inhuman violation of their right to live and ethnic cleansing are apparent. Rohingyas were killed brutally, merciless, and without any cause and or reason whatsoever. The brutal killings were not only against the adult males, but also against women and children. These intentional, systematic killings may also form and described as genocide. We managed to gather first-hand evidence from 7 eyewitnesses who witnessed these atrocities being committed. First is Jamila, page 18 to 22.
Saya akan tanya soalan terakhir. Kamu terangkan apa lagi jahat military ke apa dia jahat yang kamu nampak?
तो देखते रहे लास्ट को और तुम्हारे मगदासे दिशा खराब करने मिलिट्री खराब करने लूटिंग खराब करने फंडिंग खराब होने लगे बाकी लूटिंग मार मिलिट्री देखने सामग्री मार क्या ठीक है सामान इसकली बुआ ठीक है जहाँ
बुआ apa?
किए नहीं करा तुम्हें ये तीनों यार मारे लूटिंग के बारे में आपका बक्का फोटो नकाले बुरी मारे थे और आपका को ताबूले नामका tempat karena yang oleh dua bagai betul yang oleh kalau dikira semua ada dikira oleh dua bagai apapun ada makanan ya tengok beli lagi cari mana yang beli barang dia ada nomor dia tempat.
Yeah, as we said, we have 7 eyewitnesses for this purpose of tribunal, but we jump into number 7, Mariam binti Nur Ahmad. Page 94 to 96.
Oke, sampai ke kampung lama dia anak 3, dia suami sekali potong. Bini kan suami dia mati. Suami dengan dia anak 3 orang. Dia potong bagaimana? Mau dilakukan lagi dulu dah. Oh, anak-anak sudah potong itu dia suami tembak. Suami tembak. Ya. Anak potong tembak. Anak potong mau dilakukan dia. Nama dulu kumanya panjang pisau. Oh, satu orang itu bisi. Macam itu 3. Itu lagi 2 orang potong anak. Suami tembak kena. Potong macam mana? Mau dilakukan akan ke orang 2 orang jual. Selama belajar guru kumai semua. Oh, sedikit potong. Tengkuk lah. Panjang itu. Pisau. Oh, dia itu punya batas. Suami yang gigi. Itu profesi yang anak. Dia pistol. Tempat pistol. Dia pegawai lah, pegang pistol itu. Siapa yang tembak suami? Oh, dia tembak pistol. Ibu itu lelaki seorang ada ayah dia pun potong.
Conclusion, our legal opinion and conclusion. From the interviews, investigation, and our finding derived from witnesses in the above mentioned assignment, we are of the opinion that, and conclude herewith with absolute certainty, that there exists a very serious situation of violation of rights against the minority ethnic group of Rohingya in Myanmar. From the interviews conducted, we are also of the view that crimes against humanity were perpetrated against them, which is tantamount to a systematic ethnic cleansing or genocide. We strongly believe that the situation in Myanmar is very crucial and critical, which needs urgent attention and serious step needs to be undertaken in order to stop this inhuman violation of human rights and stop the brutality and barbarity. We are also of the opinion that the Rohingya have no access to justice whatsoever. The Burmese state is unable and unwilling to prosecute the perpetrators. With that being the case, urgent intervention by the international community at large is seriously needed. With that, I'll thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that powerful testimony. Could you just stay there a moment and we'll give the panel an opportunity to ask some questions.
Yes.
Daniel.
Thank you very much for your presentation of the whole team and the evidence you have gave to us. So some clarifications in it about some situations. So do you have any estimation about how many refugees are currently in Malaysia?
56,000.
56,000.
Yeah, Rohingya victims is 56,000.
Okay, then how do you know how many of them arrived after October 9th from the last attacks?
No, we can't determine that.
So they were coming
Yeah.
during which period of time? This
You mean
50s?
after the last atrocity, the most recent
Yeah.
in October, there was none because most of them went to Bangladesh.
Ah, okay. So
The ones
these
that we
interviews were
interviewed,
taken
prior to
before
2012.
prior to atrocities.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and all of the refugees in the camps are Rohingya people, or they are members of some other groups in Myanmar.
There is no camp. There is no camp. They live in villages.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, they have their own settlements.
And all of them are Rohingya.
Yeah.
There are 100,000 estimation. There are 100,000 Myanmar refugees in Malaysia. This is according to the UNHCR numbers, but 56,000 are from among the Rohingyas. 56,000. These
okay.
are in the process of being documented.
And what about the other groups, the other 40,000?
We have 3,000 Kachins and other from other ethnic minorities.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm thinking of the ASEAN group. Indonesia is the largest Islamic state in the world. Indonesia, like yourselves in Malaysia, active members of the ASEAN group, Singapore, others. Is there any ASEAN device for reviewing a situation like this in a fellow member state? Is there any legal device for approaching a member state who's out of line with ASEAN standards or ASEAN law? Is there any facility for putting
mechanism.
pressure?
We only have the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration,
Right.
2012. That's it. There
But
is no legal mechanism for
to implement.
For recourse, yeah.
Is there ever going to be?
There have been proposals, but it's not moving forward.
It is particularly sad to see such a large Muslim community within the ASEAN group neglecting the plight of the Rohingya. It does make you want to weep, doesn't it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis.
Yes, I had a question. Thank you very much for this harrowing but very careful documentation, and with the legal apparatus with it, I think it is very important. I wanted to ask about the statement that you said that you didn't interview any rape victims direct victims. And I'm wondering, did you have any women on your team, or were your investigators and interviewers all male?
Yeah, we have two female lawyers together with us, but it's because of the time constraint. We do not have any rape victims, or maybe perhaps they don't want to come forward. Perhaps, yes.
Because this was a voluntary exercise.
Yes. Well, I think that's typically it's not an issue that people are likely to raise at the first instance, and sometimes in our experiences in other places they may say, talking about they know of a situation or they have seen a situation, and it's not until they really gain the confidence that they might come forward and actually reveal that they themselves have suffered. So this is an issue that probably would need more longer term and confidence building work. The second point I have is just a very, very small technicality on translation. And I'm wondering, in one of the interviews, it said that they went into the forest and found skeleton. And I'm wondering, I didn't see back into the Malay word that was used for this skeleton, but it would seem to me that it's probably more likely to be a body, a corpse, unless it was some time afterwards.
Skeleton is tengkorak.
Yeah, but did they say tengkorak? Or
yeah,
mayat?
yeah.
No, because Normally, we wouldn't find a skeleton immediately in a immediate post conflict.
Which pitch is that?
I don't
Helen?
know. I just saw it from here, and I didn't go back to check whether it might have been perhaps Mayat, but I don't know. Anyway, it's a small point, but yes, you don't need to address it now. But
It was Muhammad Faris bin Hussein Ahmad mentioned skeleton.
bones. They said bones. Okay, it just seems a little strange if it's in the immediate aftermath. Okay, thank you.
Just a suggestion regarding the question of the testimonies of rape, that one possibility that have been used in other cases, and it is enough reliable in terms of the ways of taking the testimonies, is just to give the possibility to do the testimony in a confidential way, so not to put neither the name nor the image of the people who are giving the testimony, but that you can guarantee as the reliability of your work, that testimony, so you can use the testimony without identifying the person, because it's not in this situation, it's quite common, the difficulty to take testimonies of rape directly from the victims. So.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for that series of testimony that was very carefully put together. We appreciate it very much. We now move on to the final two in this particular session. The first is a video clip from Professor Michael Charney, which I think we have, do we?
Go to the tribunal site.
Oh, it's on the tribunal site.
About just since 11 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Arnie.
I don't know if I'm online.
Oh, we may not be online.
You're not online, huh? Okay. Otherwise, I can.
Have you got it on a hard?
We went online on that computer, so you should be online.
Yeah, we weren't. We're not at the moment.
No, I'm not fine with the file, but we did log on.
Yeah.
It was very flaky.
Yeah, that's right. It's a difficult room.
Yeah, no, I don't have it set up for the internet, but I'll try. I'll try and do it. Where is it on the website?
Go to tribunal on Myanmar.org.
Well, why don't we start with you?
No, this was better.
Yeah, I just don't want to take too much time finding it. That's the problem. Oh, okay.
Let me try something.
Do you want me to hotspot or something? No, that's going to cost a fortune, isn't it? Can't we push? You haven't got a computer that we could put onto a hard drive.
So show me where it is on here.
I'm sorry, we're just trying to establish an internet connection.
This is the website.
Oh yeah, go to the homepage. There. Yeah. Okay, we'll get it online. It'll come on. Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, it's very slow though. I'm just not set up for internet. I wasn't expecting this.
Coming, yeah?
Yeah.
Go down on the home page. This is Amartya Sen. The next one is Chinese. Oh, sorry, go down. That's right there.
This one? Okay. Yeah, that's okay. I can fix that.
Oh, it was this one from Oslo. Okay. You're right. Well done, Tom. You're so calm. guys ready, or shall I? Have I got a minute to get up? Or we're ready? Right. Thanks.
They appear in Erican and close association with foreign court.
Right, take that back.
They are both immigrants and foreigners to the region.
We are endlessly thankful to Tom's technical skills.
I'm not referring to the Rohingya, the theme of today's talks, but to the Achaean Burmese speakers, the Theravada Buddhists, whose culture, religion, ethnicity is foreign to the Arakan region and is predated by the Muslim presence there. Now, having said this, can I step back and argue that I'm not seeking to switch the positions of the Rohingya and the Achaean. I'm suggesting that if we apply the same historical method to the Achaean that I have seen applied to the historicity of the Rohingya by so much of the scholarship on the country in the years since my dissertation, no group in Arakan would pass the test as indigenous. The problem is that the history of Arakan before the 14th century, and arguably to a certain extent before the 15th century, is far murkier than a lot of the scholarship would have you believe. What we know is that there was an Indo-Aryan population speaking a non-Tibeto-Burman language, writing in an Indic script, building temples and practicing religion that was Hindu-Buddhist along North Indian lines, that was part of the larger Bay of Bengal world, which was outside of the Irrawaddy zone of interaction. And suddenly in the late 14th and early 15th centuries, we had invasions from the Irrawaddy Valley, from the Kingdom of Ava and the Kingdom of Bengal, which at the time were engaged in a massive war with each other. And they enter Arakan and place their own kings and queens on the throne and bring in administrators, soldiers, and settlers from the Irrawaddy Valley. And what was there in Arakan before gets transformed by integration with the Irrawaddy Valley. Burmese language appears, Burmese script predominates, Theravada Buddhism appears as a royal cult at first, and this disseminates to the general population. Theravada Buddhist monks arrive, and Irrawaddy Valley material culture probably also had its own impact from this time. But even afterward, this remained one of many influences in Arakan. And in another murky episode, a new line of indigenous kings, the Marapu dynasty, was established in the early 15th century, one that saw itself rooted in the Muslim world, one that adopted the Muslim confession of faith, that used Persian and Muslim titles, that built mosques as well as pagodas. And this court and culture had space for all. It was not so much syncretic but heterodox, its population not so much homogeneous and exclusivist, but inclusive and heterogeneous. One that was not bigoted, but tolerant. We are blinded to the possibilities of such a place because of the impact of the modern nation state. First, it requires conformity to the contemporary national imaginary, not a partial subscription. For example, although Burma is admitted today as having many ethnic groups, these ethnic groups are essentialized. So that the majority is Theravada Buddhist, Burmese-speaking, and Burman, but only in one way. So you can't have different kinds of Theravada Buddhists, Burma-speaking, Burmans. They all have to be of singular type. So whatever is truly Rakhine is being viewed, understood, and turned into Yakhine, losing its regional essence, its independent take on things, and being reworked on an Irrawaddy Valley template, what I have called in the past Irrawaddyization. Now this is one problem of the modern nation state for Rakhine, making things look like the Irrawaddy Burmans. This is not an uncommon problem because it replicates similar developments in other countries around the globe as part of the development of the nation state. Second, the nation state and the expansion of what some have called state space was also accompanied by the eradication of pre-existing governmentalities, and what I would like to call, if you would allow, social mentalities or cultural mentalities. These are approaches to socializing, building local societies and cultures that are in communication with environmental constraints and opportunities, cultural influences, the movements of people, and so on. If we look back into the early days of Rakhine, and I assert that Rakhine pre-existed Theravada Buddhist, Burmese-speaking Burman culture that is appropriated the term today, we again find a people whose culture was directed at inclusion and diversity, the kind necessary to keep a land in a challenging, unforgiving climate populated, and this was very challenging indeed. And a very small population, minute by Irrawaddy Valley standards, was built and maintained by attracting Muslims and Hindus, Buddhists of all varieties and Europeans, giving them space, the court patronizing all of their gods, and developing a court culture that reflected a wide political, cultural, and religious remit. And this entire region, not just the half lying south of the Naf, is Rakhine. This social mentality was eradicated sometime after the Burman conquest in the mid-1780s. What many of those writing about the history of the region in recent years do not tell you is that most of the Burmese language historical sources in Rakhine were written after the Burman conquest. So when something is not found in European or Persian language sources, that is, when it comes from a Burmese language chronicle, it relates Rakhine's state of social mentality sometime after 1785. And we find that with each new chronicle that the coverage of pre-1785 Rakhine makes the latter look more and more like the Irrawaddy Valley Burma and British India. The Rakhine look increasingly like Theravada Buddhists, Burmese-speaking Burmans, are supposed to look what we might call, again, Rakhine rather than Rakhine. And those who look different are portrayed increasingly as troublesome outsiders. The Rohingya go from being fellow villagers to Mohammedans to Bengalis to Bengali marauders. And the presence of the Rakhine culture is retched back into the immeasurable depths of the past as if it had always been that way as it stood in the 1780s. It had always been that way for 2,000 years. And it is this effort, the remaking of Rakhine into a nativist Rakhine imaginary, that is behind the recasting that continues today. Archaeological sites, texts, and other sources are being remade or expunged to develop a historical record that emphasizes an unchallenged cultural and religious homogeneity to the region. Arakan is part of a greater Myanmar. This is an imaginary that has erased Arakan's integration into the Myanmar nation state, eased Arakan's integration into the Myanmar nation state, but has simultaneously undermined Arakan society itself and miscast an area of movement, inclusion, and immigration into one of stasis, exclusion, and closure. This is imaginary that claims that the term Rohingya is a post-war invention by Muslim separatists, but in fact it is not. I should stress that when we look at the beginning of this process, at some point, at some of the only reliable documentation from the period, the late 18th century, such as Francis Buchanan's diary and other writings, we find that it says quite clearly, the Mohammedans who have long settled in Arakan call themselves Rohingya or natives of Arakan. There has been a lot of effort to cover this up or reject it, but there is no getting around this. You have a source from that time period whose account was published in a journal from that time, which says that the Muslims of the Burman Empire call themselves Rohingya or natives of Arakan. This is as crystal clear as a historical source can get. 1799, Rohingya was a term used by the Muslims that meant for them the natives of Arakan. There was no genuine controversy over what this term means, what it meant, when it was said. It did not come from the 1940s or the 1950s. It was not an invention of political provocateurs. Any attempt to dismiss this kind of evidence has to be intended to obscure the truth, not reveal it. No good historian would suggest otherwise. By the way, this was something I had found and actually republished in the SOAS Bulletin of Burma Research back in 2003. It has been up online ever since and free to download PDF, and there is no excuse for anyone anywhere legitimately disputing the historicity of Rohingya, depriving an ethnic minority of their own self-reference. The main point is that we've had Rohingya as long as we have had Rakhine, perhaps and certainly longer than we have had the Irrawaddy Valley replicants, the Rakhine. This short presentation has tried to highlight some of the major elements of this change from a religious and culturally homogeneous immigrant society on the crossroads of Bengal and Burma to one that has been misimagined by some as a sort of Theravada Buddhist Burman nativist bastion on the frontiers of the Muslim world. I do stress my point is not to undermine Rakhine Buddhists, but to point to the shared immigrant nature of the entire population of the region. The shared and relative recentness to the emergence of the Rakhine and Rohingya ethnic and religious communalism of today. I would sincerely like to remind them of the true Rakhine past and its inclusive and heterogeneous orientations, and of the historical harmony that existed before the emergence of the modern nation state, a process begun, by the way, with British rule in 1824 and not in 1948. I also wish to highlight the historicity, of course, of the term Rohingya, as legitimate and older than the Rakhine identity proffered today by those who would seek to undermine a region's unique culture and history. Thank you for letting me present my mind.
Thank you. And now we're going to hear from Mongzani. And could I just say, could people try and refrain from leaving and entering the room as much as they are doing? I know we're going to have a break after this session, but it is a little bit disruptive, I think, for those in the back. So Zani, you're going to talk about the persecution of both the Rohingya and the Kachin from the military perspective, which I think is an extremely important perspective. So you've got 10 minutes and then we'll break. Thank you. I'll control you.
That's a good idea. I would be discussing the role of the military because it is the main perpetrator, despite the fact that there are non-state actors who have, in many forms, and collaborated with the military in the persecution of both communities or groups. But although my comments are going to be on the military's role, and they're not going to be restricted or confined to just the two groups, because the military's persecution extends well beyond these two ethnic and religious communities. In two quotes, the military's attitude towards particularly Kachin and Rohingya can be summarized. When President Thein Sein at the time, this was back in 2012 when he was nominated for Nobel Peace Prize. He first made his appearance at the United Nations General Assembly, and there were a couple of in-service generals with him in New York. A friend of mine was in the room, and he was not one of the generals, but ex-military officer. And he described to me the conversation that they had. And on the Kachin, the Burmese general's view is that you need to understand the tropics to understand this metaphor. The Kachin resistance is a mosquito in the mosquito net. They can be eliminated at any time that is strategically convenient to the military. Of course, statistically speaking, the positional war cannot be fought by the Kachin and retain their resistance positions. That has been, the case with, the Kachin losing different strategic positions. So this is how the military view one of the founding ethnic communities of Burma, a mosquito in the net, yeah? And that is shared widely among the top brass. With respect to Rohingya, the Rohingyas are considered or have been framed since 1978 as a existential threat to national security, both culturally and demographically, because of the 17 or 16 different Muslim communities that are scattered across the country. Only the Rohingya are immediately adjacent to one of the most populous Muslim countries, named Bangladesh. And that is also the country where they have cultural and historical ties. And in fact, it is not just the Rohingyas that have ties with Bangladesh. Rakhine Buddhists themselves have ties with that country in the pre-nation state period. So the difference between the military's attitudes towards the Kachin and the Rohingya. The Burmese do not have intention to eliminate the Kachins. The Burmese want to, in quotes, pacify, in the old colonial language, and subjugate and make the Kachins take the slots that the Burmese military deem suitable for them. Yeah. In contrast, with respect to the Rohingya, because it is deemed completely as a threat to national security, they are there for elimination. Although the Holocaust-style, final solution is no longer conceivable. That is why it's straight from the mouth of an ex-brigadier general, a close friend of mine, who was posted in Rakhine State, described to me face to face. It's like, white racists, when white racists meet, they assume that the other person shares that racist ideology. So because I am Burman and Buddhist, so this brigadier general calls me little brother and said, you know what, there are too many, we can't kill them all. They are too many, we cannot kill them all. So they devised various strategies, to destroy the Rohingya from the foundations of life. And so I won't go into the genocidal language and all that. So these two imageries sum up how the Burmese military approach this issue. And in one issue, or one typical issue that often comes up when people discuss, scholars, journalists, whoever, Burmese military is opaqueness, secrecy, secretive nature of this organization. But for someone like myself, I'll go into it just for 30 seconds, whose families over 3 generations have served in this institution, the military is legible, very legible. Yeah? And because they are legible, I have been screaming foul because I know what is next, what is their next move, including the narrative of democratization. I was a fool 5 years ago saying, this is sham. This is not what it appears to be. This is not Mandela moment for the Burmese. But that was the dominant discourse. How do I know this institution and its strategies that may not be transparent to the other eyes? I was myself admitted to military officer training school at the age of 16. Were it not for my father, I would be with this murderous regime, and my contemporaries are in the essentially waiting in the wings to take over the reins of the military, not government, the military. Government is not important. It is the military that is in the driver's seat. It will remain so until there are radical events, change the power equation. And then secondly, I operate in these twilight areas. I am neither Burmese nor minorities, or ethnic nationality. Because my uncles on both sides of my parents taught me how to handle firearm theoretically at home when they're at home, coming from the in quotes front lines. That means battlefields and war zones where the army was supposedly fighting a just and defensive war. But we never asked, as Burmese public, why are the Burmese military in the regions that are ancestrally belonging to other communities? We look at them as peripheral buffer zones. See, this takes us to what Mandy was saying earlier, militarism. Yeah. War is the best soil where militarism thrives. It is the best fertilizer. Conflicts and wars. Generals love nothing more than conflicts within society, conflicts within communities, ethnic or religious or class. And they prey on these conflicts. That is why, upon independence in 1948, we had only two major ethnic resistance or revolt. The very day the Burma celebrated independence and Union Jack coming down on the 4th of January 1948, in the wee hours, Burma Army was fighting in Rakhine State. And that relates to Rohingya. Burma Army was confronted with what they consider two distinct enemies. One from the then separatist Mujahideens who wanted to be with then East Pakistan, not with the predominantly Buddhist Burma. And then you've got Rakhine nationalists who felt they had been shortchanged by the Burmese nationalists because the British made a deal with the Burmese Buddhist nationalists, left out Mon Buddhist and Rakhine Buddhist nationalists. That was when that transfer of independence once again disrupted the equilibrium of ethnic relations that had begun to crystallize over 120 years of British colonial rule. And the second point is, we said Second World War never ended in Burma, literally. Within 90 days of independence, Burma was thrusted back into the war, and literally with the leftover weapons, stockpiles, left over by the surrendered Japanese troops, Allied forces of British and Americans. Yeah? So we have not been out of war, out of Second World War. It never ended. The world may be moving into the Third World War. For us, it's just transition to the next big war. Yeah? And finally, what are the strategies that the Burmese military uses? Well, I think they inherited racist and racialized colonial state. Colonialism was not just simply economic exploitation. It was a typical apartheid racist state and structure. And Orwell in Burmese days had this expression: British Empire was essentially run by civilian administrators with the protection or behind the protection of 1 million bayonets. And there was an expression that he used, and that is precisely the nature of the Burmese state. It is a with the exception of about 10 years in the transition period from British colonial rule to nationalist Burman-controlled civilian democratic parliamentary era. The last 50+ years, the Burmese military has reshaped and rewrote history, reshaped social, class, and ethnic relations that would support their racialized, racist ideology. When you have finally militarist regime, institutionalized militarism as the ruling ideology, they are the ones who reap the benefit of control over population, control over land, control over resources. The border regions of Burma, where non-Burmese ethnic communities are ancestrally scattered, with very fluid ethnic identities, mixed identities, the Burmese military came up with the blood-based, purified notion of ethnic identity. So our history that is completely reworked radically by the Burmese military reads ethnicity and races into the past. And then finally, that is racialized, militarized, economically predatory military state, that is at the root of today's conflicts, and I do not see how problems can be addressed without confronting this elephant in the room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zani. Are there any questions of Zani at this moment, or do you want to hold them in reserve for after the break, which I think might be a better idea, because I think it's been quite a grueling afternoon in terms of what people have had to witness. So we will now have a 20-minute break, tea, coffee, and so on. Is it outside again? Yeah. Or here and outside. So, and can you use this moment to have a proper refreshment break, toilet break, and so on, so that the next session isn't so interrupted by people coming and going, because it means that people are having to get up and down and open the doors. So thank you all very much, and see you back here in 20 minutes. reconvene? Well, not I think. We will reconvene.
Oh, really?
I mean, I actually looked at Derek Tompkins. Now we begin the very final session of this afternoon. I think it will be a relatively short session, but it's been a very long day, as I'm sure you'll all agree, but a very, very productive day. We are now going to see a short video of the key findings from the OCHR's flash report, which was based on a mission to Bangladesh. It was a very, very good report. And I think that it's important for the panel to hear. And this is only, what, a minute or two?
Yeah.
It's a very, very short video, actually.
1 minute.
Yeah.
Key findings? Yep.
Okay, I'm ready.
Right. Let's go.
Children, brutal beatings, disappearances, and other serious human rights violations by Myanmar security forces in a sealed-off area north of Mong Dao in northern Rakhine State have been detailed in the report that our team has put together.
Typically, the most grave violations that we encountered, the killings, were by the security forces. One of the most striking features of the report is the sheer amount of violations that were reported to us. I must say, we didn't meet a single person out of the 204 that hadn't experienced some type of violation. You know, either their house had been burned or looted, or a family member had disappeared, or a family member had been killed. Basically, we didn't encounter anyone who hadn't suffered any type of violation, which is extremely rare.
Right. They were indeed the key findings, which I think we have already heard this afternoon. But this is an official UN finding, so that is indeed something. Now we move to the final session, and this is, I think Tun Kin is going to speak on behalf of Rone San Luin, who is a Rohingya researcher and blogger, and Tun Kin is going to convey. Is Tun Kin here? Oh yeah, and Tun Kin is going to convey the latest victims' testimonies from fresh arrivals into Bangladesh, again some of which we've heard this afternoon, and the Sino-Burmese borders, as collected by Rone San Luin. So, Tun Kin. And I think you're going to speak for around 20 minutes, is that right? And then there'll be an opportunity for the panel to raise some questions before closing.
Thank you very much. Ru Nesali was able to come because of visa process is taking too long, so I'm going to speak on behalf of him. And here is his writing his testimony. Honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very much honored to give my testimony here today. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Ru Nesali. I'm a blogger of the news site, Rohingya blogger, and an activist for Rohingya issues. I have been in exile from Myanmar for 16 years now. Today, I will share here the accounts of victims from Rakhine State following the attacks against Myanmar's border guard police on October 9, 2016. On that day, at about 1 a.m., I started hearing the news of an attack on border guard police outposts in Mount Dao and Rathdam townships. On October 10, 2016, at 5 a.m., military forces surrounded the hamlets of Yuahao and Saumbyai Nyo in Myotuji village tract. The villagers were trapped, locked up inside of their respective homes. Meanwhile, when some villagers tried to graze out the situation, the military saw them and raided their homes. They were all shot to death at close range after taking them out to a nearby place. Among them, one Rohingya boy was just 13 years in age. His elder and he was shot together. At noon 12 p.m., the bodies were picked up by military and taken away in their car. In the afternoon, in Chaupinsei village tract in Maundao Township, the villagers found a mass grave with 3 Rohingya corpses. Among them is one of very old men. They were shot dead by military on 9 October night. Myanmar army forces entered into that village on October 9 in the afternoon and arrested 5 villagers without any reason. Then 3 were shot dead and buried in a mass grave. The remaining 2 were still missing. On 10th October at 12 a.m., approximately 12 of corpses were buried by military personnel in a Muslim cemetery located in the southern side of Isthmus of Kenyinde Myanmar village. After arriving with 5 cars, they firstly surrounded the compound of the cemetery. They make sure it was secure. Then they broke up the lock of the mouth gate and car dropped down the corpses at the northeast side of the cemetery, driving speedily through. Then they buried the bodies by digging a wide hole. The blood drops of the bodies was found significantly along the route where the bodies were dragged through. The bodies were packed with the bags. According to my colleagues who dug the hole the bodies were in, there were about 12 bodies in the grave. The Myanmar army started arresting and killing innocent Rohingya civilians, torching houses, robbing from Rohingyas in northern Maundao Township since 9 October. On October 12, the military arrested 15 innocent Rohingya civilians, including 5 children from Pawashang village, and they were later slaughtered. On October 13, 162 houses were burnt to ashes and where more than 150 Rohingya shops were also burned to the ground, Chayobin village. In Pyongbyang hamlet located near Ngasakyu village, before torching the houses, the military Natala villagers looted valuable things and cattle. Then they torched 140 houses. The military shot dead an elderly woman while torching the houses, and they threw her into the fire. In the evening, October 13, the military entered into Sabaingun and Longdong village and fired on them with launchers. Reportedly, the houses were burned down. 5 helicopters flew over the villages for many hours, and innocent civilians were killed when military fired rocket launchers towards them. On October 14, at 12 a.m., some military personnel along with Rakhine civilians raided the market in Ngakura village tract. They looted all the goods that they found. On October 15, at least 92 civilians were brutally killed, and at least 50 from Chayobin village tract alone. On November 9, about 9 p.m., Myanmar Army and BGP entered Sindabi Middle Hamlet, Longdong village tract, and they said they want to check the house of the one particular man. They entered into his house. And when they didn't find the main man inside the house, they pulled out the wife and raped 3 daughters. The rape victims are maternal sisters. They are at 17-year-old, 21 years old, and 23-year-old. The eldest one is married. The soldiers looted some cash, about 200,000, and 8 grams of gold from a woman. On November 12th, 6:30 a.m., the military surrounded Myaotong village and then shot with launchers continuously. That caused many injuries to children and elderly Rohingya villagers, and many houses were burned down. The villagers tried moving to Yekechongkwasong village to escape the attack, but the military followed them and attacked again. The soldiers been said to have torched the remaining houses in the villages which were not destroyed in the initial attack. On 12 November 10 a.m., the military rounded Puimpyushang Zambanya village and did similar attack done to Myaotong villages. Many innocent children and elderly were injured. Many houses were burned down. Again, the remaining houses were torched by soldiers when the villagers escaped to Yegejangkwasong village. 12 November, 2:30 p.m., the military surrounded Yegejangkwasong and Dajisa villages. They started non-stop shooting with launchers. In both villages, many innocent villagers were killed and injured. The soldiers torched many houses, mosques, and religious schools. As the military is continuously attacking unarmed villagers, the villagers themselves couldn't tolerate anymore, and they started trying to defend themselves by holding a stick and slingshots. At least 10 Rohingya were closely shot dead by soldiers while villagers tried to defend themselves. The villagers from Yegejangkwasong and Dajisa were attacked again by Myanmar Air Force's airstrikes, which, when they fled to Toula village, the airstrike left many villagers killed and injured. In the evening, many Rohingya arrested while taking refuge on paddy field. The villagers from 4 villages were on the run and have no food. On 13 November, Myanmar Army BGP raided Jagongdong village. A woman told me over the phone while crying loudly that the military took all her properties and torched the houses and threw children into the fire. Another elderly woman told me security forces beat her and took all the money she had in her pocket. Then they kicked her out from house and burned down her house in front of her. On the same day, 6:30 a.m., the military and BGP entered into Yegejangkwasong village and threatened the villagers. They told them they would be shot dead if they don't leave their homes. The houses were shot with launchers and left to burn down once the villagers left. On November 12 and 13, in just 2 days, many thousands became homeless. On 14, 8:30 a.m., a group of 150 members of military, border guard, police, BGP entered Yegejangkwasong village. They arrested 150 villagers. Those arrested were from Yegejangkwasong, Dajisa, Jagongdong, and Myaotong. On the same day, 5 p.m., 100 soldiers and police from Myanmar military and BGP forces entered the Yeo Dajisa hamlet, were reported forcing the women and children of the village to come with them to an area in the western side of hamlet where brain is wild and remove the salt. Witnesses say the security forces then forced a woman stripped naked and beat them and pushed their heads into the mud. A soldier reportedly held an 18-month-old baby boy, son of Nur Muhammad, by the leg and hit the body with a large piece of wood. The boy died on the spot. The villagers told me the security forces then arrested more than 30 men. Some others were shot dead and others slaughtered by knife. On November 15 at 2 p.m., military were returning some 30 children and women and to their homes, brought them to Yegejangkwasong South Hamlet, then locked them inside the houses. On November 18, military and border guards police surrounded Chayobi, Ngasaju, and Ushinja village, then later raided the villages. They said they need to check the houses. At the time, they raped the women if there were no men in the home. Some villagers also informed me that they heard at least 3 women screaming for help as they were raped by soldiers. On November 20, at least 50 women were raped by Myanmar military in Chagongdong village. From the information I have gathered after November 12 and 13 incidents, we estimated that at least 450 Rohingya civilians were killed. I also talked with some brave victims. The soldiers and police raped many women and the girls. In the most horrifying cases, it was reported that soldiers inserted a knife into the private parts of the women. I heard this from a few women. Once the soldiers and police came into the houses, they started plundering homes and food and household items. As a result, the people have realized they will starve. If they don't move elsewhere for food and aid were looted and destroyed. This was reported every village security forces were active in. Security forces arrested more than 600 innocent civilians whom they arbitrarily label as terrorists. Currently, the government is saying that only 8 of them died in custody due to diseases, but I believe that there were more than what the government claimed. The 8 men known to have died in custody also showed clear signs they were tortured in custody. It seems certain they died as a result. I was able to investigate the details of each of these cases from eyewitnesses. All of their families were not notified. The men were buried with the help of 3 or 5 locals. The people who attended the funeral have to give full details. At that time, the police made video records, so no one would dare describe the injuries these men sustained that could be observed by their bodies when they were buried. After arresting these men, they were first kept in BGP headquarters. Then they were moved to Maundo police station. From there, all of them were sent to the prison Butidang Township. I was informed by many locals that the detainees were being tortured inside prison and they were only getting 1 meal in a day and rice and 1 meal in a day. There were no health care for them while they were injured and vulnerable to infection. In the beginning, they were brought to Maundo District Court for their hearings regarding judgment in their cases, but later the detainees were kept in the trucks during the cases and police would go to get a paper copies of judgment. Nowadays, the authorities are not taking their detainees to the court in Maundo. Instead, they have not converted a warehouse in Butidang into a town. They have done this to some offices at Butidang Township Administration Department as well, where they all are used as a court. In my investigation, at least 300 to 400 were sentenced to more than 20 years. They were charged with at least 4 to 5 acts and were not allowed to hire a lawyer. Their families were not allowed to meet them. According to local reports sent by my own team, more than 2,000 houses were burnt to the ground in 10 villages in northern Maundo Township. During so-called clearance operation, the situation in southern Maundo Township was calm, but people were not allowed to move from one village to another, even with permission. The villagers have not been allowed to fish since 9 October. Many hundreds of houses were demolished by border guard police at this time under the pretext that they were new constructions that were not permitted. based on old maps drawn by the now disbanded Nasaka Border Security Force. Now, although government has said clearance operation has ended, the military are still present. The accounts I have detailed are horrible, I believe, undoubtedly qualify as crimes against humanity. But yet they are only a sample. These are the crimes that have been discovered without proper investigation. We will never truly know how the extent in which Myanmar security forces violated international law, subject a vulnerable civilian population to campaign of death, terror, and starvation. Thank you for your time and for having me here today.
So thank you very much for reading Nay San Lewin's testimony, Tun Kin. Nay San Lewin has been a real point of connection in terms of conveying the latest incidents of violence out of northern Rakhine State, and has done a superb job, I think. So thank you very much for that. Do you have any questions, the panel, in relation to that latest testimony, for example? Okay. So in that case, I think that I will draw today's session to an end. Thank you all very much for coming. It's been a very difficult day, I expect, for all of us because of what we've watched and what we've listened to. But I want to thank everybody here who has presented testimony and witness statements and expert evidence, because I hope that the panel have been given a very detailed account of what is happening in Burma, in Myanmar at the moment, both for the Kachin and for the Rohingya. We will have more testimony delivered tomorrow morning, and in the very first thing will be a summary of the indictment to be presented to the panel that we as a prosecution team will write up this evening. And then the rest of the morning will proceed, and then there will be a press conference. I think what we would hope that you all do is to tell as many people as possible about what you've heard today and about the tribunal, that it is a continuing process, and that the other thing I would really like to underline is how exciting it is that we have the Rohingya and the Kachin here together. Because in the past, the Kachin have had very few friends inside Myanmar. And I think that this is a huge development. Rohingya. The Rohingya. The Rohingya have had few friends. And I think that this is a huge development in terms of building a resistance. So thank you all very much indeed for coming. There will be supper served outside at 6 o'clock, I think. Again, delivered by our Rohingya friends, and we thank them very much indeed. Lunch was delicious. I think we have a different group of chefs for the evening meal, so something more exciting to look forward to. And we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you again for all of your time and your presence.